Yeah, this is what happened. It happened again, I think. Where I left the stream page on one of them too early. And it... What is enable DVR? Is it like built-in rewind or whatever? That's cool. Unlist live replay? No, I don't want that. This is basically the whole reason I want this. I guess I could stream these as unlisted and then eventually list them if I'm worried about people ending up there and not being able to chat. If I ever find that I just don't like having them on the YouTube page or something, I could do that. But I figured it doesn't hurt having it. Not that anybody actually wants to watch it or whatever, but it's just there. The personal channel that I upload to, just literally Sniffin' J, the one that's here, right? Because all these accounts are just Sniffin' J, which is handy. I actually removed the Blue Sky, and I removed I removed the Blue Sky and the Twitter or whatever, just because I just don't use them. So I wouldn't want anybody to go onto those platforms looking for me and then see no posts. Hell, I haven't updated TikTok in like 3 days or whatever, but that's just because like yesterday I was just so beat in like in this quasi loop. You're here? All right. What up? I was just kind of going over the state of myself. Again, I don't feel sick or anything. It's just like kind of a slump. I don't know. I'm sure I can snap out of it. There's definitely some nice long form chill stuff I can watch. Getting some sun helps. That would probably be a good idea. I may have avoided the sun for too many hours now. Tomorrow's Sunday. So if my brother doesn't want to come over here, I should go to my parents' house. And that'll force me to drive and get up and do stuff. So, yeah. And also help me kind of get the creative juices flowing again. I think that's a good first step, good remedy, good decision. You know, we never even gamed on the channel either. Not that like if we got real slow, we could always just pop something like that up. Just because that's nothing against people that play video games all the time, but that's, to me, that's the easy stuff, right? Because you just play the game and you just talk about the game you're playing. Like if I wanted to make sure I stayed in my habit, whatever, but I knew that there wasn't like instead of maybe ending early on a 4th of July, whatever, I just boot up Hades or something and just play some games, whatever. Pointless jibber jabber. I was thinking about setting up some OBS stuff. That could always be a stream part of it. I don't know if anybody... Probably... One of the things I have an enjoyment with... Let me make sure I keep this not too loud. One of the things I like to do is do OBS stuff, right? Let me get the chair not lean back anymore. Talking for me also helps wake me up. You can see the hair. I take a shower and then I go to sleep and then... Wait, how do I normally comb my hair? Do I have... I think this part's the part right now on this current cut. Perfect. Where was I? Yes. So I've got a million plugins for my OBS. I've got all the weird scenes, like for example, even something small, like just how my camera moves and resizes and puts itself in a little frame with a border and thing. That's all just some simple little, that's like two different plugins. That's Move plugin and Stroke Glow something else. It's a second plugin. It's like 3 names. But there's a whole bunch of plugins I have. So one of the things I was thinking about doing was, because I have some webcams that are actually on like little gimbals. Those are my 360 webcams. So if I... Okay, let's throw the desk cam. Oh, I already had it on there. Shit. So, like the camera that points at the little cats over there, this is like a little 360 cam. And I can either use the built-in app, like on the computer. And it boots. There's a little joystick control, and you can move the camera. Oh, of course, I'm stuck on the wrong one. This is one of the annoying things about this tool, is that it's not easy to rename the cameras. And so the camera's on a little thing, and you can either use the built-in thing to save some shots on where you want it to go, or you can manually move it. But I was thinking about, because there are some OBS settings that you can use filters and stuff to force it to go, not force, but make it go somewhere inside of just OBS, which then you can attach to your Stream Deck, or you can attach to your Streamer.bot software, which is full of different sub actions and all kinds of things that you can set up. So I have a whole PTZ camera control things that turn on and off filters, and I attach those to my dials that I have. But one of the problems with this filter that I've run into is when the OBS filter setting tries to push the camera beyond its total value that it can go, it like breaks the connection between OBS and the camera, where now it kind of like freezes the video feed and needs to be like rebooted and unbooted or whatever. Which is why I've been defaulting back to this, the core program that will never have that problem, because that's how it's built in. It'll always work itself fine. But for save shots where I know it'll be saved and not going the wrong way, it would be easier to have a punch list of buttons that I can go to. But then the individual dials to go with, maybe I should just leave to the actual app. If I was a real coder or something, I could just, I don't know, code something, but I'm not. I'm a YouTube tutorial watching person, and then do my best to copy and paste it basically into what I'm doing. The classic, as always. The most default place to be. And then when you're interested in it, you like doing it. So I can always try to do, like, if I was making a more robust schedule, I could have days where I do OBS stuff, whether it's setting up my, like, I can pull it over here, just my whole OBS individually. Infinity, which is always a little annoying to look at. I wish, because there's a way to make it so OBS does not get captured, but I wish there's a way to maybe make the actual, just the, well, I guess I can do enable preview, turn the preview off. That kind of works for what I was thinking about. And I can see, I mean, I just know what I'm on, I guess. So if I go to studio mode, which is, I guess it shows the preview now. I've got the scene where, like, when we did Pride Month, we were getting not Pride Month, but you did Pride Parade / the Pride walking down the street. I'm not sure what you would call it, really. Event. That's my feed that comes in from a thing, and it's a whole bunch of complication. So let's see. And I'm just using this as a way to, like, chit chat about, because my brain is still waking up. I have the videos saved that I used to get this whole bullshit connected. I have so many sub scenes. Like these are the number of scenes I have, which is a lot. Most people don't have this many. A lot of them are just nested scenes. Just for you can add filters to both a source, which is like the actual microphone or the actual camera or whatever. But if you put those things into a scene, then you can also add filters to a scene, and there's some things you can do to scenes that you can't do to sources or whatever. It's a big complicated mess sometimes, but it's not that complicated actually. But it definitely looks a little weird to look at. I'm looking for my. Do I have? Oh, it's just literally right here. Silly me. I thought it was inside of this. Okay. So this is the source. And I had to like set it up to be like some kind of like built-in thing to my like connection. So it's like SRT.0.0.0 with a port number 2. Like it has to be this weird like thing, and you have to set up kind of like a little weird server, not really a server thing inside your shit for it to go to. It was a process. I had to follow a video guide or whatever, but it was not hard to do, basically. And it worked really well. I look back at the stream, and I don't think we lost connection once. Like, literally, like, bitrate down, and... So there's a scene that's... There's an application. If I boot it up now, it's going to immediately cut us over because there's no SRT feed feeding it, but... there's a little application that I have on my desktop or my computer. And whenever my shit loses too much remote data and that thing is turned on, it'll cut over to my little like, uh-oh, data lost. You have to, we'll be right back. And it has like, little emotes and some silly music and a bunch of like BRB screens that I have a bunch of shader filters on top of that make them look all broken TV, whatever effects. That's all just filters you attach and get. Anyway, I love doing OBS stuff, and if people find that interesting or helpful to like learn how to set up some useful OBS things, because maybe they want to go to a protest and stream it live, but they don't know how to do something like that. They don't have I guess they would just fucking open up their phone and just go to the Twitch app and just hit live and just deal with not having a bunch of bullshit. Like, I want all of my back-end stuff, my streamer bots, all my different things, all my alert things that I've built to work. So instead of me just using the phone to go live, I use my computer to go live, and then my phone goes live to my computer. But I guess that's just kind of like no one cares. They would just use whatever to go straight to Twitch. Huh. Yeah, noted. I think I've been rated into that mushroom person before. They're cute. Like, hey, I know, I get that reference. I get that emote. Okay. So if you didn't show up, I probably would be setting the filter limits for like the camera to go to my face or whatever. Wait, do I have a camera? I think I do have a filter, right? Yeah, it's up here. Hi. I also have camera 3, which is the same one in this case. But I can change them, which is fun. Okay. Let's get back to my... Oh, man. I think I still have a bunch of old tabs open. This goes to show... Did he upload a new, hold on, Delios Internet? Did he open... Wait. Oh, it was... Now I'm confused. We watched this one. We were talking about cardigans. I was worried, like, oh crap, what is this random thing I have? But I'm pretty sure it's all safe. Wow. Yeah, he opened up. Oh, I wanted to. Oh, Best cat video specifically. I was looking for his. I thought he had opened up. I added his cat or not cat, but I added his specifically his. Wait, I thought it. Oh, I didn't hit the video. Dang, that's my problem. I thought I
These are the best.
Followed the link to his new channel. Yeah, here we go. Daily Dose of Pets. 3 days ago. He's not uploading these daily. Son of a bitch. My brain is still waking up. What up? Bob K Rolls? Bob Cat Rolls? What up? All right, let's get ourselves in our head and our heads on our shoulders, and let's just start watching some stuff that we like. And by like, I mean let's go. Hell yeah, let's do it. Let's start with something easy. Why is everything you watch an ad? Speaking of which, Bob, did you get an ad when you came in here? Because I don't have any of my Twitch ads turned on. I don't have the ad manager running, so it should not be running ads naturally. And I'm under the politics tag, which I've been told doesn't really have ads. Or generally doesn't feed people ads. But I'm wondering if you got hit with a pre-roll when you showed up. Because I don't think I would change anything if you still did. It would just be a bummer. And I'm just curious. Because I don't think I want to turn on the 3 minutes of ads because A, I'm not big enough to even matter about money. And I don't think it's worth it to anyone that wants to actually watch me to have to then sit through 3 minutes of ads every hour so I can try to remove the pre-roll. But I was just curious if you did or didn't get hit by it. Oh, do you have like the what is it called? Turbo? Twitch Turbo? Then you'd never get ads no matter what. So I think if all of my viewers are Twitch Turbo people, then I should just put literally the infinite number of ads. That way I can actually make, you know, the whatever it's called. Yeah. Okay, that's fine. Okay, let's throw our Dens 1000 is also a person that streams, and they usually stream themselves doing music and just chilling out. Yeah. Ads. Okay.
Have you ever been watching a movie when this happens?
So let's see. Rewind. I'm gonna grab the thing, so that way I can both pin it. So I do exclamation. No wait. /pin. The title of it or the URL. I say leave it up manually until I'm done, and then I do exclamation mark react. That way it gets added to the Discord log of all the different videos we watched. Cool. And I got rid of the announcement because I'm already posting the thing fucking twice in chat. So, and it's already pinned up there. So great. And then I copy this, and then I put that on my top title. So no, we're not winding down. We're winding up. Sometimes I accidentally grab too much space at the front. All right, we're ready.
Have you ever been watching a movie when this happens?
I've tried, believe me. I've tried, but I can't stop my feelings any more than the night can stop the sun from rising. Or any more than a Band-Aid could stop a terminal disease. And you're my terminal disease. And I don't want to be cured.
You've probably seen a scene.
I don't know if you guys have Bounty. I don't know if you that's fucked up. I don't know if anybody has ever watched those CW superhero shows, but I fucking was cackling back when I first was watching like Arrow or something, and they'd be like, "Oh, wow, you know, so and so is like running this factory or this business and is fucking with like, you know, legality or something." Like, let's get into it. And they open up their Microsoft Surface and they're like tapping on it and using a pen. And they're like, even in like being like, wow, this computer really is fast and smart. Like they were like talking about it like directly and pointing at it and doing like a thumbs up. It was so, and they would do it all the time. It drove me nuts. I was like, this is the most insane thing I've ever seen. And that was a show that had actual ads. It was on like the regular televisions and shit. So like you didn't need to do that.
Seen like this before. You might even know that it's called product placement. But you might be surprised to learn that it's currently a nearly $30 billion industry, meaning it's quickly becoming one of the most valuable forms of advertising. Refreshing. But how effective
This is not
would
an ad.
putting a
Sorry.
can of Pepsi in a film really
Unrelated. I was just thirsty. Oh. Oh.
really be? And how do those deals even
Refreshing.
happen? And what happens
Day-old soda that's been uncapped and about as flat as it can naturally get at room temperature. Yeah.
when product placement doesn't have the intended effect? Because things can absolutely go wrong. Let's start in an order that just makes sense with the second question. The practice of product placement actually dates further back than even movies. As early as the late 1800s, when Jules Verne had transport and shipping companies lobbying to be mentioned in his book Around the World in 80 Days. And as long as motion pictures have been around, so has product placement. Some of the earliest films, like those from the Lumiere brothers, prominently included a brand called Sunlight Soap. Wings, the first ever Best
Wow.
Picture winner at the Academy Awards, included a plug for Hershey's chocolate. Subtle.
Oh my
In the years
god, yeah.
since, the practice has become all but expected in film, rearing its sponsored head into everything from Barbie to The Brutalist. Today, you can categorize product placement
what
into
was the- what was
everything
the
from
ad
Barbie
there?
to The Brutalist.
I don't think there's any product placement in The Brutalist. I just wanted that recent movie to start with a B. Because I was like, what is it? Like, that's...
Today, you can categorize
I would say that's brutal because I'm just like, the words are just immediately auto-associating in my head. That's so
product
funny.
placement into two types, paid and unpaid. And they both have very different business strategies. Paid product placement is what you probably think of when you hear the term. A company pays to have its product shown in a movie or TV show, and then you get something like this.
You like music? The Pill.
Now, that's a particularly bad example, but
Ew. Ew. That gives me the ick. Ew.
it's not always that egregious. But sometimes it is. I just gotta show you another one from Transformers.
Your car?
There is no way that
Oh, I thought they were doing like a Dylan Mulvaney, like, you know, fuck Bud Light, says Starscream as he explodes a truck full of it.
would work on me. When well done, though, products can be integrated very naturally. But to get there is a long process. And that's where a product placement agency comes in.
I'm Erin Schmidt. I am the GM of Product Placement.
You got to have a job. There's no ethical consumption under capitalism, et cetera, right? But damn, dude, if your job is to like embed ads, H-Bomber guy, making money, and I guess capitalism. Yeah, I've watched a couple of his videos. They're pretty good. Obviously, very famous in the BreadTube, long YouTube essay kind of world, and also left-leaning person or heavy left person. Yeah, but I'm just thinking to myself, like, man, if your job is to like just weave it into, you know, towing the line between both subliminal and superliminal, you know? Yeah. I mean, like, but it's just like, could you look at yourself in the mirror and be chill? Maybe. I mean, I guess everyone, I mean, there's literally people who fucking are guards at concentration camps, right? So, I mean, like, helping someone like put a goofy Bud Light ad in a fucking Transformers movie, there's worse things out there, you know. But I'm going a little hard all of a sudden. Yeah, okay. This person's not evil, which is a real backslide from my original pause here. But it's like, this person, not an evil Nazi. Yeah, okay. That's not, you know what? There's worse things out there, you know.
At Ben Labs.
Aaron's company has represented clients like Frito-Lay, GM, and Canva, getting them placed in projects like Ghostbusters and Riverdale.
Brands give us a budget on an annual basis to look at scale across content. We work with all of the major networks. That really gives us access to 90% of the content out there.
The terms of these deals varies a lot from project to project, and depending on certain circumstances, like how long the product's in the movie, whether it's part of a franchise like Marvel, how much say the brand has in presentation, how famous the actors in the scene are, and so on.
It does really This is interesting because, like, with that Samsung phone, I know that Samsung logo is intentionally slightly out of focus, but in focus enough to still be incredibly distinguishable. And it's not being covered by their hand, even though it's close, because they want it like, the BR logo is not entirely 100% perfectly visible. It's a little bit off skew, but it's there just enough to make you realize, wait, that is a logo. This is probably an ad, right? My mind will immediately think about it and notice it more than you probably naturally would, just because there's some kind of thing. It does definitely distract away from the narrative of the film, and it might suck you out of the film, which I think would be a negative. But when it's what I assume is like, I don't know, Ant-Man or whatever the hell this shit is, it's probably whatever. It's fine. But I always feel like I point to it in my head. I'm like, oh, look, they're doing it. More than I don't. I mean, they might be built into the plan. Yeah, definitely Paul Rudd something. Yeah, who knows? This could be from 1990 or it could be from 2025. He doesn't age. That's the millennial meme, right? Is that he doesn't age? I mean, he very clearly ages, but yeah. I mean, he's a handsome man with good genetics and probably a healthy lifestyle. He doesn't go out into the sun, which is a thing that I've debated that I might need to do to help get the brain to work and to move. So I mean, I don't know if there's a way to do it, because they do it so obviously with all the specificness of it. But I don't know if they could be, if they were more subtle, if it would work more subliminally, than how it feels so distractingly, liminally, whatever now. Also, so I used to work at HSN, got laid off because the whole St. Pete campus is shut down to cut costs, whatever. I got laid off as of July 1st. Hooray. But we would have to put like tape and stuff over logos because there's technically a rule that we can't have the super lube, this is a silicone lube, not like a jerk off lube. This is like lubrication for like equipment or whatever. I was using it at one point for the mounts for my cameras. Normally I use it for my 3D printer, but anyway, we would have to like cover the word super lube just so you wouldn't want super lube to feel like we are using them to sell our bullshit product, whatever it is. So technically that's their branding. Technically we're not allowed to have them say that they're endorsing anything. And also we wouldn't be allowed to steal their IP of their own logo in our sales stuff. Even though in this situation, in many situations, brands love being shown on screen in any way possible, subliminally or superliminally, as a part of a thing. So we always just did it because our legal team said you should, because we don't want to deal with the backlash of it. We're not trying to get paid by anybody, so just cover it instead of not covering it. But as time went on, we were like, wait a minute, like as we're doing this and putting stickers on shit, we're like, don't people want their logos everywhere? Would they seriously actually sue us for any reason whatsoever? And probably not. Even Twitch technically toes the line, because like I boot up a video game and I show that IP and the thing. There's nothing normally expressly giving this website, AWS services, Twitch, permission to show it. Like Nintendo has taken down people who have modified Nintendo games. Technically, emulation is one of those no-nos. So everyone jokes around and says, "Ooh, look, I'm booting up my SNES. I don't know what's happening as they're using save states. What's going on? Why is it glitching?" You know, because Nintendo has been litigious about things, but because Twitch is so obviously mutually beneficial, companies don't fucking attack anybody for showing their content, because actually it's good to have them in the zeitgeist and stuff. So, I was trying to think, like, do I hate it when they do this for slop, for silly stuff that's fun? I guess I don't mind it, but an important thing, I wouldn't want them to do it. And I don't know if, yeah, I don't know. I guess I'm internally trying to figure out if it's actually a good way for people to make money, because technically on Twitch, people make, they literally have to have ads cut in, and they have to force people to subscribe, determining the direction of copyright. Yeah, I mean, there's so much that happens that is technically illegal or against certain rules, but then is actually mutually beneficial, and you can technically sue people for fucking any reason. It's just whether or not a lawyer will take up the case, and then whether or not a judge will just throw it out, and then whether or not the case will actually go in your favor. There's so many things. That's why you end up with weird lawsuits that even just get talked about or filed that ultimately have no real shot. But just, yeah, it's a complicated world full of gray areas. Yeah.
We do predictions around viewership, and then we look at
Nintendo
it from
is
an
like Disney,
advertising
yeah.
perspective. What CPM would you pay to be in a piece of content like this?
And studios are more than happy to work with an agency like Ben Labs, not least of all because they can sometimes cover a huge portion of the film's budget. Let's say I'm producing.
So that's interesting that they're able to, because not constantly pause, but I've heard from a neat little Ben Affleck. No, not Ben Affleck. What's the other guy? The guy that did the crypto ads. His name is the guy that's not Jason Statham, but the other, like, I'm a Jason Bourne Identity dude. Anyway, he had a little thing. Matt Damon. Yes, thank you. And well, he had an interview on the thing where he kind of said that movies are now kind of being in-shitified because what used to be a big way to make money for movies was selling DVDs or VHSs post these theatrical release to make up a lot of money. Nowadays, they don't only have that, and it's all streaming stuff or whatever it is. And the money that the art side makes from the streaming side is not shared as well, and they gatekeep all that data. So nowadays, all movies that want to make money, which is all movies, or all movies that need funding to get made because they need to make money, which is all movies, they only pick the guaranteed wins, which are the remakes, which are the big brands, which are the different things in the box office. Yeah, but like the more artistic side, even like comedies and stuff, things that may not be like the number one movie on a weekend, multi-weekends in a row. Sinners, I'm sure. Yeah. I mean, there's always going to be good stuff, but they're risky things, and there's less things being offered. Whereas, I guess I want to find it now.
All right, guys. So
Okay,
Tom
this
mentioned
is okay. No, I do. Oh my god, there's so many of these things where it's like the clip you're looking for is that now like a bunch of dudes like my age or older in a Discord call, and what is this dude doing? I'm censored, brother. Okay, it's just like it's like a red carpet interview. I need to do a better Google search. Matt Damon interview. Movies not made anymore DVD. I guess was it literally a Hot Ones thing? Let's see. It looks like a lot of the clips show him on Hot Ones. This also sounds deep fried as fuck.
What happened was the DVD was a huge part of our business, of our revenue stream, and technology has just made that obsolete. And so the movies that we used to make, you could afford to not make all of your money when it played in the theater.
Brutal. Because
you knew you had the DVD coming behind the release, and 6 months later you'd get a whole nother chunk. It would be like reopening the movie almost. And when that went away, that changed the type of movies that we could make. I did this movie Behind the Candelabra, and I talked to a studio executive who explained it was a $25 million movie. I would have to put that much into print and advertising, right, to market it, what we call P&A. So I'd have to put that in P&A. So now I'm in $50 million. I have to split everything I get with the exhibitor, right, the people who own the movie theaters.
That is a thing that I've heard before, is that almost like the amount of money you spend on the movie, you have to then spend that much on the advertising or whatever as like a default goal, because if you've put this much into it, then you need to put that much into the other side of it. But if you haven't put much into it, you might, I don't know. It's like a weird rule of thumb or whatever.
So I would have to make $100 million before I got into profit. And the idea of making $100 million on a story about like this love affair between these two people, yeah, I love everyone in the movie, but that's suddenly a massive gamble in a way that it wasn't in the 1990s when they were making all those kind of movies, the kind of movies that I loved and the kind of movies that were my bread and butter.
Right. So he's just saying that because the money behind movies is a lot, and it's a gamble all on one specific part of it, which is just the major release part, comparatively to the trickle down of all the different like releases and shit of the DVDs and whatever. It changed the way that they decided what movies to make or not make. The sequel thing about sequels always have always made a lot. They draw the existing fans and extend their reach to a new audience. I've always thought, whenever I've looked at it, that sequels seem to have like, if the first movie made a bunch, each sequel kind of has a diminishing return. You can almost see that with like the Disney movies where they would be like Bambi, and then like Bambi 2, you look at like the art quality of Bambi, and then you look at the art quality of Bambi 2, and it's like immediately boom, way worse, because they sort of expected it to have a massive drop off, because people might watch Bambi when it's out, whether they're already going to watch it for sure, or it's like maybe I'll do it. But when Bambi 2 comes out, not everybody that liked Bambi 1 will even be able to watch Bambi 2 for whatever reason. And anybody who never watched Bambi 1 but might want to watch a movie goes, well, that's Bambi 2. I didn't watch Bambi 1, so I won't know what's going on. I won't do it. So I've always thought that that's why there's like a constant like deduction, a step down in the things. An extremely goofy movie was a bomb. I mean, like Terminator 2, right? It was like a big also hit in its own way. Different director, and it kind of, so there's always going to be some awesome shit. But that's just how I'm used to seeing the idea of sequels constantly diminishing in like, even like on YouTube videos, you'll see like a part 1 of a series, and then the part 2 and part 3 will always have like less and less and less views, whatever. Back to the Future 2 and 3 are big. Yeah, I mean, like probably the new Spider-Mans, as they get deeper and deeper, might even be getting bigger and bigger views, because they have more going on. They got more juice behind the scenes because they're getting more and more popular, which is then also going to make people go back and watch the first one. So, I mean, it is not a black and white, simple one thing or the other, for sure. And sequels, they're much smaller because you know them as the sequel to that movie. Yeah. Yeah. Pretty much. But like, even in video games, The Witcher 3, insanely popular. Way more popular than like The Witcher 1 and 2, at least from what it felt like to me. I'm not going off of actual numbers, but I heard of The Witcher 1 and 2, but The Witcher 3 everybody fucking talked about, right? True. Yeah. And also sometimes, even if they are a sequel. True. Yeah. I was going to say, sometimes the sequels themselves are fine as a standalone. I mean, literally, the Star Wars movies have like this incredible timeline of things, and people debate about what is the correct way to even attempt to watch them all. There's not even a agreed upon entirely order that you're supposed to. You kind of just pick it up. Like literally they came out with episode 4 as the first thing because fuck it, you'll just figure it out.
Producing a new action adventure movie for Paramount. and the costs are getting a little out of hand. The studio is threatening to pull the plug if I don't get the budget under control. I could try to cut costs, or I could say, hey, there's that.
Damn, when a new one comes out. I do want to watch Andor. I've never watched Andor. I've heard a bunch of people say it's like leftist crack. It's so good because it talks about like it's a way to observe revolutionary like scenarios, like much more grounded and full. Star Wars 1977. Never watched anything else. Gus Johnson. Everyone kind of, I assume a lot of people are aware of Gus Johnson. Andor is great though. Yeah. He had an amazing, funny video. Obviously, you know, this was before, but it was something like, did you watch the latest Star Wars? And he's like, no, I just live my life and I'm happy, or something like that. Or like, did you talk online about it? And it was like just really funny because it's like the voice actor Gus Johnson, the YouTube creator with the mustache who dated Abrina Serena, whatever. But like, oops, did like some potentially abusive stuff or whatever, or I guess like allegedly or whatever, to be like not from the Elder Scrolls. No, he's like a YouTuber. He was like, he's definitely younger than me, but blonde hair, made a bunch of funny stuff, little skits and things. He kind of fell off just because of the scandal. He was like pressuring her to get an abortion and all kinds of stuff. Or they again, that's what it was alleged. Or I don't know. I'm not trying to become a drama channel specifically, but anyway, he just had a really funny video that was just like, I remember watching the new prequels. No, sorry, the new sequels. They're not prequels. Like the Force Awakens, whatever it is. And I was like, fun, nice. I enjoyed those movies. I still wasn't very good at doing media literacy or whatever it is, but I was like, oh wow, neat. Oh, all good. Yeah, I'm not familiar with Wes Johnson, but if I Elder Scrolls voice actors are also kind of a funny situation just because the memes and also even like some of the outtakes that get left in accidentally because the games are so big. I've seen some of those videos as well. But you know, I'm like, wow, cool. I enjoyed them. People were mad about, you know, a black man being a stormtrooper, a woman being the lead character, even the last of the sequels. I was like, that doesn't really make a lot of sense to me in my head. I don't quite get it or whatever, but whatever, you know, it's a fun movie. It's fun. It's a fun movie. You know, the first movies were just camp bullshit, fun. I didn't take it too seriously. People took it very seriously. So, maybe as I gain media literacy, I'll begin to hate them more and more and more, but I like to just go like, yeah, pretty much agreed. I mean, there's definitely a lot of that where I'm like, someone has to like really make me remember parts of it. The movie Avatar, it's like a fucking 3-hour movie, and I'm like, I enjoyed it. It was neat. I got to escape my world for a little bit, but like name a character, couldn't do it. Couldn't tell you one of the characters' names. All I know is unobtainium. That's it, because I thought that was so fucking stupid. And possibilityum, you know, like what the fuck? The wild robot from Avatar? Yo, what? Oh, wait, Box the Bee. You know Boomerang Bud? Because Box the Bee, you were around. Free Guy was also funny. Yeah, I mean, like, sometimes those movies are like, I get the reference. And it's fine, right? Just name random new movies, yeah. I mean, like, I don't take movies super duper seriously. Maybe it's because it was never a huge passion of mine. So that could be where that comes from. But some people take it super seriously. Super seriously. Anyway, So there's so getting back to the video at hand here, I was wondering if, of course, but they would never do it. They would always mix them both. But if, because like there's Hulu with ads, you got to buy Hulu. You guys still have to buy Hulu with ads at a certain price point. Like, could there ever be a situation where there's so much product placement that you don't have to have ads and you're allowed to just get stuff for free? Probably not, because there'll always be a way to get more money out of you, whether they play ads in between or force you to subscribe despite the ads. That might be even more. That might be even more than me. But I want to change that via having a movie night and or show night or something. So Netflix is like that too. And they have ads now too in Netflix. Man, that was one of those things that I was kind of like, I was noticing, because like even like the Netflix shows, like some of the original Daredevil shows or whatever that they put out, there would be sort of these weird commercial break, action pauses where like the thing would kind of go to a clear cut and then come back to another scene that's not so connected that if you had a commercial break, you wouldn't be so confused. And I'm just like, you're Netflix. Why do you make what seems like a break for commercial is ready for this here? But I was like, maybe for syndication or some weird shit, or if they're hoping that like the writers of the show are like, we don't know if Netflix is going to drop us, so we want to keep it open to then go somewhere else or something. And that's just how shows were written, so they just got used to it. But I guess maybe in the back of their head, they knew that one day they might have to inject ads into shit. Yeah. They'll never make... I mean, if they were saying that this is where a lot of the money can come from to pay for things, and yet you still have to buy a movie ticket, and yet you still have to sit through ads with it, watching it on Hulu. So there'll probably never be a way to convince them not to make as much money as possible. Because even Twitch will sometimes put ads like on the sidebar. Like this on mobile, I've noticed that, where if you're watching without turbo, whatever it is, the video will squeeze back a little bit and they'll put like a banner ad on the side for a couple of seconds and then hide it. And like, as a watcher, if I'm unsubbed or whatever, I'd rather have that ad than a pause the video, you lose entire track of what's going on with like the moment because it's a live stream and it sucks. I would much rather have more stupid banner resizing ads than like completely taking over my screen and blowing away me with different sound. But I can't turn on only give me banner ads, don't give me full page ads. I can't turn that option on as a broadcaster.
Scene where our hero drives a snowmobile through a convenience store. Maybe we could partner with 7-Eleven. So they provide us with the branding and $5 million, which fully covers the cost of the new dance number in a volcano we decided to add in the second act. This kind of thing happens all the time, and it can be huge for offsetting production budgets. After Mars turned Steven Spielberg down to use M&Ms in E.T., Reese's swooped in and volunteered Reese's Pieces to the tune of $1 million, about 10% of the film's total.
There's some haters out there who don't like Reese's Pieces. I love Reese's Pieces.
Total production budget, and some deals go far beyond $1 million. Harley-Davidson paid $10 million to be featured in Avengers Age of Ultron. Heineken paid $45 million for James Bond to swap his martini for a beer in Skyfall. They kept having to tell him not to shake it.
and that's a great example of what I was talking about, because it's like, look, it almost looks like it's fucking photoshopped, or not photoshopped, but like, rotoed in or whatever, because it looks a little too weird, but maybe they just enhanced the shot of it. But like he's covering everything, but he's not covering everything. The bottle's green, the white labeling, it's not so perfectly in your face that it's like rude or obscene, but it's still like your mind can find it and dig through it, which almost distracts you. I would say more than if he's holding it perfectly, like, Cerveza Crystal or whatever. But yeah.
$5 million for James Bond to swap his martini for a beer in Skyfall. They kept having to tell him.
Oh, wait, really? Oh, he went back for his degree, because I was like, you'd be no offense to the old people, but you'd be old as hell if you did that. Hey, East Coast Dreams is back. What up?
Not to shake it.
Cerveza Crystal. Yeah. Like, would we be chill if everything was Cerveza Crystal level, but there was no ads otherwise? I mean, that's almost a full fucking ad, though. That is almost like an actual ad.
The film's budget. Man of Steel saw over $160 million in product placement deals peppered throughout the film. Too bad they couldn't pepper in a good script. bad movie. One important thing to note, though, is that the number quoted in the
Man of Steel. Oh, was that a superhero movie? Hong Kong movies have not changed whatsoever. I guess I'm not familiar with Hong Kong movies.
These news reports about product placements don't tell the whole story. Often the amount is actually for a total deal, which might include everything from
So that's yeah. I mean, that's one of those things though, like this thing right here. I've always been curious about ads. I've never knowingly been influenced by ads. Knowingly, I think you've all also put it in there yourself because you might understand that you've been subtly hinted at doing things or whatever. Oh, you couldn't take film classes there. 2,100, and they'll still be casting Cyborg Jackie Chan. Dude, Jackie Chan's crazy. I don't know enough about him, obviously, like on the deeper back end or whatever it is, but yeah, he seems like a nice guy, and I want to like him a lot. So, not that I would turn a blind eye to any problems, because he's an old person. He's an old person, international. Who knows? But I'm like, what? He seems like a nice guy, and also he's always using ladders to beat people up. It's great. Really bad father? No, I didn't need to. Oh no. You like some product placement? It gives you a sense of familiarity of the products I already like. Interesting. I assume they're because the ads are everywhere. I mean, like, there's sort of like the meme of like, why does Coca-Cola need to pay for an incredibly expensive Super Bowl ad? Bro, I know what Coca-Cola is. Everybody knows what Coca-Cola is. There's kind of like, and I sort of think that way because it's like, you're spending so much. I mean, I guess they just make so much money. They don't give a fuck. And it's more of like a feather in their cap than anything else. But yeah, I mean, like, come on. You don't need to spend that money. But always being in the forefront, in the back of your mind, across, or even 3 layers deeper in your mind, but you apply that across an entire swath of individuals. It's just one of those things that in a mass scale, when you zoom out macro style, you will have a slight impact. Almost like even like a political ad to some extent, where if you put an ad that says, hey, Gary Guy, he smells like farts. Don't vote for Gary. If you put that ad out, there is some amount of people who will go, I don't like Gary. Just because mass scale, it'll get in their heads to some degree. Now, like, there are other factors that will make that less effective or not good, but that's just kind of like when you deal with things on a millions of individuals level, you can shift the graph a bit. Gary does smell like farts. That's right. Yeah. Only 2 of them are confirmed to be his kids. A few years ago, he realized he was a total jerk. Oh, well, self growth is good. It's a little late. He's an elder man. He had like 17 kids, according to stuff, but then people are only confirming so many. Not we believe women, but also like they bring facts or whatever. But yeah, it can happen where people try to get money off of people. Oh, hold on. Hold on. Family Guy bit. Hey, it's Jackie Chan. Oh, hold on. I mean, Jackie Chan has a baby face. We can go with that, right? We can say that. He had an affair with someone I do not know. This resulted in his daughter. Another person I don't know. Yeah, I mean, obviously, because I don't think I've watched a Jackie Chan movie since like Rush Hour 2. I think. There's probably been one since then. Family Guy all the way. Man, I remember. Oh, shit. We'll get back in a second. Family Guy was like when it was on his first run on Fox, and then played reruns at Adult Swim. I liked it. They had some really good jokes. And then it became in vogue, especially as it came back to hate on Family Guy. But there's still some good jokes. Oh, okay. That was intentional. Okay, I wasn't sure. But it didn't, man, because we used to make fun of how their cutaway jokes were so nonstop and they would break the narrative of the show quite a bit. Because like The Simpsons or whatever would have some, not like flashback or whatever, but they would have some jokes that were a little bit to sort of chop up some of the momentum of the episode. But if you watched a Family Guy episode, at least when the seasons that I'm thinking of, it's like every other sentence is a cut back to some other thing. And it's just like, it makes sense that then Family Guy clips went insane on TikTok and short form content things, because it is kind of like that brain rot, no attention span, constantly just throwing shit at the wall style thing. But anyway, she ran away with her girlfriend. Apparently her girlfriend left her. Oh my God. There's so much there is so much back end drama to the Jackie Chan universe. It's gotten old. Yeah, it was original for a while. Just a bunch of jokes that don't connect to the storyline. Yeah. That was also, yeah. I mean, I'm sure, is South Park still on as a show? Like, I guess it is, right? I haven't heard that it stopped. So, I mean, I haven't, because I stopped watching TV fucking years ago. He's an amazing singer. Yeah, that's nuts. That's nuts. You should just do that. I mean, I guess he's not gay, but like, from like an old perspective, because he's Gen X, right? You'd think that like you'd be like, come on, man, just come out of the closet. Just like, you love show tunes, you love doing your little gay Stewie voice, whatever it is, nonstop. Like, it just seems like, yeah. It just seems like, yeah. I mean, but you know, maybe he's just zesty. You know, that's just what it is. You know, he's just femme presenting. He's comfortable and he's willing, you know.
Promoting the film on product packaging to having the star of the film appear in a commercial for the product. Around the release of Skyfall, Daniel Craig appeared as James Bond in a series of Heineken ads. It's likely that part of the $45 million agreement included Craig being in those ads. Most deals, though, don't have nearly that much money behind them. In fact, for the vast majority of product placement, no money even changes hands between the production and the company providing the product. Much like how no money changed hands between this production and the wonderful folks at Taco Bell, where you can now get the new Crunchwrap sliders. Liv Moss. Oh, hey there, Hot Air Balloon Dakota again. If you're planning on pulling a Jules Verne and traveling around the world in 80 days, then you might want to look into today's spot.
Whoa, product placement. This one did exchange hands. This one did exchange hands. Dry Air Olo / Morning Brew. Is this like a travel agency?
So stop trying to pilot your hot air balloon over nearby Wi-Fi hotspots and instead use Airolo. All you have to do is download the app, choose and activate an eSIM plan based on your destination, and you'll be covered for your whole journey. To get through.
Does anybody travel internationally? I don't travel internationally. Also, traveling internationally in this America, I would say in this economy, but like this political climate, yeah, good luck. Dude, everyone just skips the ad. You can see the fucking most replay. Bam!
It's a volume game. I usually call it batting average.
That's John Holtzman, owner of Eclipse Worldwide. Eclipse specializes in unpaid product deals.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God.
Owner of Eclipse Worldwide. Eclipse.
First off, very subtle ad. Impressive. Honestly, other than knowing it's like their exact type of kiosk or something, which I don't even... Only now was I thinking, oh wait, maybe they have like a very specific, they're the only ones that have this model, but I feel like everyone has that iPad fucking thing, whatever, right? But maybe that's only Square. I don't know. Especially if I'm like, oh look, it's the person, the actor I know. I wouldn't even notice that tiny little faded logo.
Specializes in unpaid product deals.
This. How? Oh my God. I'm unreasonably angry. I don't know if you guys know the Blue Yeti, right? It was iPad Kids. It was iPad Kids, as in like, here, look, give me a tip for the service that you would not normally tip for. This is the microphone that was pretty big on the internet, even before, like, 10 years ago. This was the thing that everyone was using because of USB, and it was a large diaphragm condenser microphone, which is not actually the best because this is more of like a dynamic, which is a whole different type of microphone technology, whatever. But USB, you didn't need a fucking XLR capture device to then bring in the audio. You just needed a USB cable. Very popular, affordable, $100-ish, less back then. Now it's like 120 because of inflation and whatever. But it's a very popular thing. You would see it in a lot of stuff. Literally, Hassan's first microphone was a Blue Yeti. Most online creators back when, like, early Twitch days, Blue Yetis. But the most common thing is this, where they're using the microphone wrong. Because everyone just points a microphone at your mouth because that's what you see everyone doing. But this microphone, even in its instructions, is very clear. The pickup patterns, especially if you're using the cardioid pattern, which you would do for a single individual, because this would have 4 different pickup patterns that you could use. But the only one you should be using in a single person situation is a cardioid, where the front of the mic, it's a front address microphone. You speak into the front part of it. You don't speak into the top of it. So it sounds like shit. Not that the show is actually using the audio, but it's just like they're using their product wrong in their product placement. No, I am definitely not a musician. I'm just a TV production equipment guy. So I appreciate mic discipline. I appreciate... No, it's human nature to see the cool thing. So if literally everybody has a Shure SM7B in their podcast and stuff, which is where I'm sure it gets most of its use. Because this microphone is like made from like the 70s. It is an incredibly old microphone technology. It's incredibly old microphone style. It's just well made, has that typical boomy broadcast sound. And has other, benefits to it. And then it's just seen everywhere. So, like, when, Hassan uses it, all the other podcasts use it, and my wife was, like, wanted to get me a special birthday present, she got me that mic. I was using some affordable $20 version that when you remove the capsule, there we go. Like, the capsule inside of this is smaller and not as good as the really expensive one in here, but ultimately it's the same. I even had like 3D printed plastic things to make this mic look like a Shure SM7B just because they sound almost exactly the same. Yeah, tried and true for sure. But I'm just being annoying that they're using it wrong. Also, it looks like they have the USB cable routed over the cable pass through. Kind of hard to see, but that's bad for the cable because, like, that's gonna bend it and it's gonna bend the port. So, damn, they fucked up this ad insertion.
The companies
rant over.
Pay the monthly retainer to go out and get placements in appropriate production, and we do not pay any fees for those placements.
Generally, if it makes sense, productions are happy to try and work with John or an agency like his. Movies and TV shows need lots of sets and props, and much like breaking your leg in America, that can become very expensive very fast.
The set decorator basically has to take the vision of the art director and make it come to life.
Okay, I was gonna say it, and then I'm now worried I'm being mean, but this guy has like Tom Homan energy. The director of Ice is like his tone of voice and his looks, but that's mean, yeah. But I would say define big. So if you're talking like over 10,000, sure. Yeah, I guess. But Mike, so Central_Committee is a person I watch on weekdays around 10 a.m. my time, Eastern time. He's got like 4,000, 5,000 people. Denims has somewhere around 3,000 to 4,000, I think nowadays. Maybe it's up to 5. Gremlo's at AM earlier morning, so he's like usually 8 a.m., 9 a.m. He has like 2,000 ish or whatever. That's when you go Twitch numbers, that's big. You know, those are the top whatever percentage, easily top 5%, if not top 1% of streamers. Because I think like to be a partner, you just need a 75 viewer average, and then you become a partner. And even partners are an incredibly small average, incredibly small selection of people. I only watch those that allow other opinions openly and welcome, as long as there is no swearing. Well, you watch me, I swear. Or unproven falsified crap. No swearing. What a I would say antiquated. Like that's stuff that like my grandmother would find important.
Surprisingly, they all have really, really small budgets. So they can do it through a product placement agency versus a prop.
Swearing from someone trying to prove a point. So you mean like a chatter that swears, that's trying to prove a point? You would say, ew, don't swear. Oh, like just nothing but ad hominems or whatever? Like, fuck you. Like, okay, that's not really helpful. Yeah, okay. Right. So, okay. So when you're saying other opinion openly, but the open opinion can't just be, you stink, you know? Yeah. The other opinion has to be like something. Okay, gotcha. I understand. And I think even your sentence meant that. Again, I'm a reader who don't read good. So that does make sense now.
House or having to talk to them to buy stuff, we're actually saving them money.
Say you're working on Fast and Furious 17, and the script calls for a scene where Vin Diesel drives a monster truck over an entire car dealership for family. Instead of buying 100 cars, which could be tens of millions of dollars, Ford might offer 100 Ford Focuses, making that scene a whole lot cheaper.
Wow, that would be worth like, that must cost Ford like $200 to give them that many cars.
And freeing up budget to... What? I'm only now learning that Ford no longer makes the Ford Focus or anything smaller than an SUV. Okay. Unpaid placements get the brands less creative control than paid ones, and there's no guarantee that the product will end up in the final cut of the movie or TV.
Okay, that one's stupid. That one's dumb. That one would piss me off because it's like. Also, has anyone here heard of Avid? Does anyone know what Avid is? Because this is a professional level video editing software that is not in like I would think the normal lexicon of people. Like, oh, I've heard of Premiere Pro. I've heard of, you know, I don't know, fucking what's the Apple one? You know, Final Cut. You might have heard of those things. No one has heard of Avid. I honestly, I guess I would still assume Avid's still used on like movie sets or whatever it is, but it's like I've only used Avid when I interned at a place that did like professional commercial editing and stuff like that. Yeah, that's a deep cut. That's like any place that I mean, maybe they want to break away from that only the high end places, because nowadays the world is full of people that are breaking into the world, but they're just more of a prosumer, professional consumer. So they're using stuff like the Premieres more than they would ever use something like an Avid. So Avid like kind of wants to get back into that zeitgeist of the society a bit, because they want to keep up with things. So that could be a reason why they're doing a thing, because it doesn't make sense based off their current history, but maybe they want to change. So, yeah.
TV show. But brands still go for it, as it's a far less expensive option than a paid placement, with the potential for a big payoff.
Dude, like the
still go for it, as it's a far less expensive option
A super scared, white lady hiding behind a Ring camera. Well,
than a paid placement. With the
you have a Roku device or you have a Roku television? I guess it's kind of the same thing. I used to use my Roku to like cache things too, but then Chromecast, Roku box. Yeah. I mean, I've stopped watching television a decade plus, if not more. No, it'd be way more than that because I worked for 15 years. So it would be like almost like 20 years, if not more. I just stopped watching TV. At one point we had like a cable plan at an apartment, but all we would do is just leave it on Comedy Central, Cartoon Network, and kind of just let it just be background noise. So when we stopped paying for that, that was a big like loss, was having background noise. But I was like, just watch stuff on YouTube, watch things here and there, but having to like personally curate. It's like when you go to Netflix and you're like, I don't want to watch that right now. I don't want to watch that right now. I don't want to watch that right now. It can almost spend 30 plus minutes just trying to find the thing you want, where you used to just go, bam, you turn it on and whatever's there is good enough to ignore and do your chores. But at least it's something that's on. But eventually I was able to convince Kara to do just play stuff. And she loves it, obviously. I love it. Yeah. I don't think I'll ever go back to having cable.
The potential for a big payoff. That's why John and agencies like his don't put all their eggs in one basket, instead opting to send out products to dozens of productions.
We would put wine on as many shows as possible. Some of them won't show up.
Yeah. There are channels that are kind of like that. Yeah, where they kind of just have stuff for you, or you can just, I don't know what I want. You got to go back to work. No. You had a little vacation, or was it just like a weekend?
Someone will go through the back bar. We had one where main actress picked up the bottle.
I still have dreams about work. I still have dreams about school. The weekend? Okay. Yeah, it's a bummer. Hopefully your job's chill. I don't know. Sometimes jobs are chill, but like my wife, her boss is kind of aggro against her. Oh my God. Dude. The other day, I need to ask her about a follow-up. She got this message, like a Teams message sent to the entire team of graphic designers. And it was her boss going bananas, like going schizophrenic, being like, tagged the message important in Teams. And it was like, I need to share this with everybody. And I know it's not what you would have expected, but like the world economy is changing and you need to educate yourself and take care of your loved ones. And then it was a link to some like monetary money is all a lie shit, kind of like YouTube video. And I'm just like, what the fuck? Like I was expecting that message to get deleted. I'm going to ask her in the morning when she wakes up what that shit was. Oh my God, dude, I used to wake up almost screaming like, what day is it? What day is it? Holy shit, I'm late, but I'm not late for anything but maybe pooping. You're late for pooping? Does that mean you shit the bed? What email was bananas? That's some crap that should be in the workplace sent around by a boss. Oh my God, yeah, absolutely. Should not. Yeah, I get you. Yeah, it was definitely like a, what is that? That was just, they work at like a financial firm too, which is an extra layer of funny because they work at like a place that does investments and shit. So it's just like, whoa, what the hell? Even with President Orange, the top 90% will keep on with business as usual. There's some way. Yeah, so like that was what kind of made me go, oh, save that message in your back pocket. Because if she tries to actually like, you know, get you out of the company or something, you'd be like, well, how about I show your boss this? You know what I mean? Like, not like a blackmail scenario, but it's just like, hey, we all have bad days. Like, this is your bad day, right? Shouldn't they be first? Well, they're like in charge of the marketing team that does graphic design work. So it's like, they're definitely disconnected from that stuff. But I mean, maybe I shouldn't try to prey upon someone's mental break, but they're trying to like, you know, be shitty to my wife. So fuck them, you know, fuck them.
Chugs it with the label right there, so that was pretty fun.
In addition to cutting costs for productions, product placement returns can be huge for the advertiser, sometimes even surpassing
Now I'm excited for her to wake up more than normal.
the ROI of traditional advertising. When you ask someone in the business about the success of product placement, a
here we
few
go.
prominent examples always come to mind. Ray-Ban Wayfarers surged in popularity after Tom Cruise wore them in Risky Business, selling over
So that's one of those things where like ads don't feel like they have an impact on you. And it's possible that, you know, hey, I'm built different, brother, and it doesn't impact you. But as a macro lens, it impacts people otherwise. I mean, this is like years. So I don't know if like, I assume Ray-Bans is also doing other ad campaigns. Ray-Bans may be getting popular for a lot of other reasons alongside this, but that all might work hand in hand together over time. But like, let's say, for example, this is the only thing Ray-Ban's paid advertising for, and it did nothing else, and then this is the sales spike. Even then, there could be someone else influencing it or saying things or sharing things outside of it. So there's no way in a vacuum you can say this is related, but that's just how they look at things, I guess. Screw the boss. Yeah, that's
over
right.
350,000 pairs compared to the previous year's 18,000. That Reese's Pieces deal in ET resulted in a 65% increase in profits. And FedEx's brand recognition and public opinion went up dramatically after its role in Castaway, though there are no hard numbers available. And that's one of the difficult aspects.
And that's about a plane crash, right? You think that would be a negative thing, but my dad still works for FedEx. And when that movie came out, they were all being fed the not the propaganda, but they were being fed all the different talking points about the movie, about how they were worried about having it be a crash in the, you know, in their thing, but they made sure to have whatever. And at the end of the movie, he like still delivers one of the packages to a person because FedEx always gets it there or whatever kind of bullshit. And they're making it out like a big deal. And I guess it was a big expense for them. So they wanted to make sure. And Tom Cruise, you know, my dad loved Tom Cruise. He loved Forrest Gump. He loved all these other movies he's in. Has anyone ever had an experience with the best friend of the same sex coming out onto them? The same sex. I thought you said coming out to them, but you said coming on to them. I don't think, I've never been an attractive man. So I never had anybody coming on to me of any sex, unfortunately. If I'm presented with two new items and I saw one in the movie, you picked the one in the movie. Yeah. Yeah, just because that's just what makes sense. You got to ask the buddy to crash here. He got caught weird and you don't know what to do. Don't reciprocate the oncomings or drop that you're in a relationship with a different gender if you're not down with that or looking for whatever, right? That might be an easy way to mitigate, to deflect. Like, hey, isn't Carmen Electra hot? I'm using my boomer millennial brain to remember an attractive person from when I was growing up, but you get the idea, right? You were super polite. Haven't heard from him since. Don't know what to say now. Oh, oof. I mean, if you shot him down, that could have been weird. I'm a bit of a social awkward individual. You may not have realized, but I don't know what I would do in that scenario specifically. It would just be something that just kind of happens. And then I would like replay it in my head over and over and over again as I'm like falling asleep. And it's just like, I think that's a pretty simple thing. Hey, you know, maybe like because they're crashing your place, they got stuff going on and they're busy, and they'll circle back around 10 to 15 years. Yeah, I mean, based off of just that information, I think that I wouldn't take it to. I mean, like, how long have they been ghosting or whatever? Yeah, or you could even reach out to be like, yo, you want to game it up or go to the food place or whatever, you know, the different things that people would do normally. I was thinking, like, what would I say to people? I'm like, I guess that I would be like, want to play Warhammer 40K? Give them Pringles. 3 days. 3 days should be fine. It's a holiday weekend, you know, all kinds of other stuff going on. I don't think that that's enough time to say that, oh, they hate me now, right? But also, they wouldn't be weirded out if you reached out. They'll be like, hey, let's go to a romantic dinner, because that would send the wrong signals, right? You lock that memory in the repressed memories box. Yeah. I mean, but my repressed memories box is like a clear box that accidentally falls right in front of my face all the time. I think about those. I think about the worst moments magnified in my face all the time. Yeah, I mean, worst case scenario is like you could argue that going to the worst case scenario is like a defense mechanism. Like, well, if I'm prepared for this, I'm prepared for anything, you know. But it doesn't make you feel good when you're constantly, you know, intrusive thoughting all the negatives.
Aspects of product placement. Similar to a TV ad, it can be hard to gauge the specific monetary impact a placement had. Additionally, it can take months or even years between when a scene is shot and when the film comes out.
We look at who's behind the camera, who's in front of the camera. We look at buzz, so, you know, who's kind of talking about.
I thought you said butts. We look at butts. I was like, okay. Go on.
About it. And we put together a score that helps clients make these decisions.
General Mills, after getting Cheerios in a number of TV shows through Ben Labs, saw 29% more sales from people who'd been exposed to their placement than those who hadn't. So brands generally jump at the opportunity to place their products.
We've been really successful. Clients have really trusted us.
It is. This is Mountain Lightning, not an ad, not a hashtag ad. Wow, it actually tracked that instead of my face. It's funny. Which is the Walmart generic brand version of Mountain Dew. Oh, I went to my camp. Yeah, well, whatever. That's the one I want.
The impact in many cases can outweigh that of traditional advertising. Unlike a commercial, product placement.
I don't remember Talladega Nights having a Mountain Dew section. I mean, I think Mountain Lightning is a better representation because it's like a citrus soda. So there's a bit more of a zap than like a fog. It's not like, because like Mountain Dew would be like the dew that settles on the foggy mountain. So it'd be like clean water, maybe, right? You would think like, oh, it's like glacier ice kind of shit, but it's definitely not a water. It's a very bang. I believe that is using full sugar Coca-Cola to clean like a bumper or something, which might be a rust thing. Your stomach is so clean. I doubt there's any rust in your stomach. You're right. Oh, is that what they said? Okay, yeah. I didn't recognize. I mean, I've seen Talladega Nights probably once. Oh, there you go. Yeah. Well, you'd think that other sodas would work too, but for some reason, Diet doesn't work, and it never came out. Maybe it's just stabbed in there somewhere. I must eat so much cat hair. I was eating the 4th of July food, and just inspecting things before I take a bite every now and then, and just noticing, whoop, there's a little fuzzy hair. Whoop. Pluck it out. For a while, we didn't have any pets, and things were clean. Not anymore. I mean, it's just fiber. You just shit it out, but whatever. It's just kind of gross when you notice it, because it's like, and the chewing and moving around your mouth. That's not good. You've eaten 3 pans in nonstick coating. That might never leave your body. Although, one guy I've seen on one doctor I've seen was always very defensive of PFOEs and saying that like you can't ingest them because of the way that they work or something. So if you do have flakes of this in your food, you should just poop it out, and it shouldn't get ingested into your bloodstream because of the way it works, whatever. But I was always like, I will log your information and seek a second opinion, because that's one of those things. Like I've heard a lot of negative things about PFOEs. It isn't healthy, but it's not unhealthy. Well, I know there's a lot of. Shouldn't that mean your intestines let things fly through without sticking? Oh shit, that's the new diet, is to completely coat the insides of your intestines so that way you absorb no nutrients, therefore no calories, therefore diet successful.
Placement exists inside the content you're choosing to watch. You're not going to be able to avoid seeing the box of Cheerios being poured by Jerry as he talks to George in his kitchen before Kramer bursts in and says something truly insane.
It's Fusilli Jerry!
But the ROI is actually tremendous, but it's longer term. People call it evergreen. I just say it lasts forever.
After prominent unpaid features in Stranger Things, brands gained an estimated $15 million in ad value in just 3 days. But since the show continued to gain views for weeks and months after,
but that's like that's a soft thing, because they gained about amount of money of ad value. But does it actually impact things? I mean, I guess it just puts it into people's minds. They think about these things. I'm sure D&D sales went up because they played D&D, and people are like, "Oh yeah, I played D&D. I should get it for my nieces and nephews. I should get it for my kids, or I want to pick up the new edition and see what it's like."
That value had reached an estimated $55 million within a year.
You ever seen a stand-up?
With Coca-Cola's placement alone being worth about $1.5 million. But that's just what happens when you have a product as delicious as Pepsi. Product placement deals have become so...
I mean, that doesn't prove the character of Kramer wrong, but it just... Woo, it leaves a bad taste in your mouth.
Lucrative that the industry grew to...
And I'm sure, he's just an old man. Like, I'm not over here trying to defend N-words or whatever it is, but did you ever see, like, the apology interview he did on, like, David Letterman or whatever? I just felt so... I mean, I feel bad for him in a sense of, like, I don't condone it, but he's old. And I don't think he understands that American society and culture, and especially the areas that he grew up in, naturally lead him towards racist tendencies. I grew up with anti-black racism baked into me because I grew up in a white supremacist society of America, especially the time period that it was. Even if I was not doing my best or purposefully doing anything, I would still have specific views that are baked in, that are technically not even, if not white supremacists, at least to some degree anti-black by just the presentation of it. It's like saying that, like, I grew up in a patriarchal society, so I have misogyny sort of subliminally, just like these ads are, put inside of me. So he may not be willing, because like my mom may not be the exact same age, obviously, as Kramer or whatever it is, but it was one of those, like, I don't see color. It's impossible for me to be racist because of this. And I was able to actually kind of explain to her once that just because, like, if you think about it, going that far over the line where you say, I don't see color anymore, it means that now you're blind to the inadequacies. And by not addressing those inadequacies, or at least acknowledging them, then you are fighting for the status quo of keeping them in place, right? Was that Jay Leno? I thought it was, I forget who it was. Yes, Jerry was there. I watched an elephant graveyard video that brought it back up, and that's where I was like, oh man, that's crazy. It was a thing then? Yeah. Exactly. Yeah. It's similar to that, because you're ignoring another layer of how it all works. And knowing that part of it means that it's not just saying, I'm no longer racist, problem solved, thumbs up. It's that like, oh, look, I understand now that these are things that have been kind of cooked into some of my default settings, or at least in my default understanding of things. And I need to constantly just, not like super hard, but just I need to be aware of it and to think about it, from time to time, at the very least, and do my best. So when somebody can think that they're like, packed that problem up, I am not a racist, hee haw, whatever, right? They're all set, and then they don't realize, and they can then, oops, make a mistake. Not saying that that's like just a simple mistake or whatever, but you get what I'm, hopefully you get what I'm saying. Yeah. The answer isn't feeling guilty, though, and saying us white people are pieces of poo. So making sure it goes away and never comes back to before. Yeah, I mean, so white guilt, some people would say that looking at the systemic problems, or saying that I grew up in a white supremacist society, or that I grew up in an anti-black society, whatever it is, that's a white guilt thing. And they would write off that entire observation of what many would say is, verifiable fact. Even if other people wouldn't. But that would wipe all that away and say, oh, you're just being a virtue signaling white savior, or you're being a virtue signaling white guilt, whatever. And it's like, that's a real simplification of the process of understanding the bias that's baked in, and then doing your best to observe it and to counteract it and to continue to get better. Because to some degree, it might never be able to completely remove the default setting. Even if you factory reset my brain, it's just the underlying context that's there. But if I'm aware of it, I just add a new step, that white guilt or whatever it is, to pause before and to try to address for it, and then have a new output. That's it. Yeah. Yeah, you get what I'm saying. We're not washing black people's feet, right? That's what we're not doing. Happy Goat's not here, but yeah. So I felt bad. I did not condone what he did, but I just felt bad because it was also at a time where, oops, going that hard and doing that, and he didn't have the crowd to sort of like give him the tools, because back then the tools was, I don't see color. It's solved, right? That may have even been Obama years. I forget. It may have been just a little before Obama. I forget the exact timing, but it was like a black man's president. We solved it. It's over. And it's like, so like he didn't have the right tools, and he grew up in a bad time, and then poor guy. Not that he didn't deserve some of it, but yeah, I feel bad.
$30 billion in 2024, the largest year ever. And some projections estimate that the number will be over $40 billion by 2026. And that's just with existing product placement methods. The types of product placements and even the tech around them is starting to change the industry, bringing it into
the metaverse.
The future. Ooh, this is weird. Last year at Amazon Upfront, the company announced virtual product placement, allowing productions to integrate products into a scene during editing, or potentially even change what product was featured on a show after it's all.
I mean, I feel like even that box of Cheerios the guy was eating in that previous scene, either they've color enhanced it to really make the brand pop because they're being overly overt about it, but they definitely Photoshop some of that shit in.
Already on the streamer. You could even see a world where different products are shown to different audiences. Additionally, brands that aren't so tangible, like Zillow, are getting into the product placement game, finding opportunities for mentions when characters are going through big life changes. Paramount has even announced integration with Walmart to allow viewers to shop for products as they're featured on the screen. As with all product placement, these technologically advanced integrations can be super effective and basically seamless when they're done right. A good product placement doesn't feel like advertisement. It just seems like a natural part of the movie or show you're watching. But when the placement isn't appropriate, it can be a big detriment.
That's another layer of it. It's just like, if you happen to have a bit of that connected memory to something, whether it be a movie and there happens to be the thing in it, then they get lucky, and that's a Lucky Charms ad and stuck in your head. Or you have a natural craving for a certain type of thing, and then that's the thing that matches it, and then your brain will connect that one in this moment to that. Like, oh, I need something salt and savory, and then a salt and savory thing happens to come by, and you go, boom, now I need that one thing, because it helps give it a more direct arrow than just a vague feeling. And then they just want to have their net casted out more often than others. So that's what they, buy more ads than others. So that way, randomly, when people have that random urge, they will then have their monkey brain connect to our brand instead of that brand or whatever. Like if you wanted something meaty and savory, it didn't matter what meat ad came on here first, but the first one happens to be Popeyes. Boom, Popeyes wins because they have more ad buys. You've seen Jack Daniels so much, you assume it's a type of alcohol. It is, isn't it? Wait, is it not? Is it just a brand? I don't understand what you mean, like the boards. You mean like the boards are all ads? You mean like a billboard? Definitely whiskey brand. I think I've seen Jack Daniels flavoring on like beef jerky or something, right? Like maybe I think of Jack Links and I'm combining two similar words. Your small child trapped in a man's body. People like the poo-poo eating cereal, but I like cereal. Cereal's awesome. I'm a man, but I also am a bit of a man-child. A child man? Man, wait. I'm a child man because I'm a man, but the adjective would be child. So I'm not a man-child because that would be a child that acts very manly. Like, oh, I'm going to pay my taxes. Like, is that a Polaroid camera? It is. Yeah. Well, that's the new one. They make these instant cameras that print out things now because it's retro and neat, and some people like to have a physical piece of media. It's weird to have that come back out of all things. So the boards, they have ads run along them all in chains constantly with TV magic. The crowd laughs just to see the ads that are physical signs for ads. You're meaning to get a Walkman. Did you guys have MP3 players? Were you just iPod people, or did you have were you like me and didn't want to buy into Apple and got like some weird off-brand thing? Like my wife had a Zune. Crazy. She's like one of the only people. Still don't get what you mean by the boards they have. So the boards they have ads run along them and change constantly. The crowd just sees the ads that are physical signs for ads. Oh, do you mean like on like the border around like a sporting event or something, where that would just be like advertise here or insert ad here or whatever, but then on the television the ads are then imposed in? Is that what you mean? I mean, that's what you mean. And the bullshit on the radio was never good. Okay, gotcha. Okay, I see what you're saying. Yeah. Well, the audience is much bigger in the home audience than the one in the arena.
Attractor for audiences, potentially even giving them a headache. Much better.
For a long time, Subway was our example of really bad product placements, and it was force-fitting these moments to happen on camera.
It's how we get scenes like those from Transformers, and those are just the tip of the iceberg. Placements can go far more awry. In 2021, when the much-anticipated Sex and the City...
So the Happy Gilmore scene, if I remember right, that was like, I'm going to do ads to make money. So he did a Subway ad in the movie, but it's an ad in the movie you're watching as well. But it thematically made sense. And also, it was a badly executed ad as a joke about badly executed ads as an ad that's badly executed. So, like, I think it was fine. I have seen Community, yeah. Old school LimeWire guy. Yeah, I had Kazaa Lite. LimeWire was just a little different. I don't know. For whatever reason, all my friends, whatever, told me to use this one. So. True. Yeah. He's Adam Sandler. Bear Share 2. Never heard of that one. That's crazy.
City reboot, and just like that aired, viewers were shocked to see Big, the character played by Chris Noth, have a heart attack right after getting off a Peloton workout. You know who else was shocked? Peloton. Not only did they not know how their product would be used until the episode aired, they also saw their stock tank 11% overnight. Peloton sued HBO.
What? What? Old alcoholic men have heart attacks. Did people really associate that with a Peloton bike? Is this like COVID's over and people are going back outside again, so bikes are going down in sales as well, and they're just correlating a causation or whatever, or causating a correlation?
HBO, claiming the product use was unlawful, but the lawsuit was settled out of court. Noth did agree to appear in a Peloton
As always.
commercial and implied that, no, Big wasn't dead because of a Peloton, he is actually alive, and actually Peloton is good for your heart. Now that's an extreme example, but there is proof of a correlation between highly prominent product.
Oh shit, did he die in the show? That's crazy. I thought like he would be like, you know, whatever. Bear Share was these days sound like big hairy men made trading website. What? Bear Share these days sound okay. Bear Share sounds these days kind of like a yeah. Really? Cardio is good for your heart. Well, so I mean, like literally, my uncle just had a heart attack when his son and friend were working out in the garage. He came in to talk to them, and then they challenged him to like a push-up contest, and he just collapsed after doing so many push-ups or whatever and had a heart attack. So, but it's also weird because he works in a like he's a delivery driver just like my dad is, my dad's brother, and they both do the same thing. And it's just like, dang, I thought you would be like running around doing stuff so often that physical activity, like using your pectoral muscles that you might use in your day job anyway, would be not extreme to push you to a thing. There was, my dad told me to look out for a gene. So then when I went to my doctor next time, I was like, hey, my dad said I should get tested for this gene. And then she looked up the gene that I had, and she's like, this is one of those things where, like, if you have a history of this problem, this thing could be a thing that could cause these walls to get bigger or something. But otherwise, if it's not presenting itself and there's no real gene testing panels that you can really get for this kind of thing, so it's kind of like, you know, and my dad's just trying his best to make sure that I'm aware of any future problems, whatever it is, which is I appreciate. I'm not saying like he's like overreacting or whatever. He's just watched his brother almost die, so he's just, you know, going through it. You were epic until 30s. Yeah. Well, does it run or not? Yeah, it's one of those things. But like, I would want my heart to be healthy one way or the other. So I think the main thing was is that he had higher blood pressure than he should have had, but for whatever reason, in like the company required health checks, that wasn't one of the checks. I could see the regulations and health screenings being minimized for continued profits or whatever it is, but because they're a part of the DOT, which is the Department of Transportation, because like they can't have a DUI or something more than other people can't because they drive a truck for delivery purposes as a part of their job. So if they have a history of whatever, then they kind of get in trouble and they lose their ability to do that driving job. So they have checks to make sure they don't die and drive a truck through someone's home and something and kill people. So they're supposed to be checked out for these things. So my dad always used these checks, but then my dad also had, you know, ate too many Twinkies, heart attack thing. So I don't know if they're testing the right things because they want to keep their drivers on the road too. Men not going to doctors unless you're feeling something isn't right at all. Yeah. So that's the thing. Cause like they were like, he never had a problem. And I'm like, did he? Did he never have a problem? Or did he ignore a problem because he doesn't want a problem? And if you convince yourself not a problem, hey, problem solved, right? You can also pay doctors to check boxes. That could be a thing to some degree, especially if it's like a company doctor specifically, right? Everyone should go to the doctors every couple of years at the very least. Yeah. I'll make sure I have a yearly blood work done, but blood work is only the different boxes that are checked that you need to get checked for. And also blood can only tell so much. Lots of different layers to it. Like my dad is like in his 60s, never had his asshole, fingered or whatever it is, right? Probably in the bedroom as well as in a doctor's office. And I'm just like, Dad, go get your asshole checked. Come on. Like, those types of cancers are not a matter of if, but when for men. So just do it. Like, I know it's scary to think about, and like you're macho and you don't want to finger up the butt, but come on, asshole, get your asshole checked. Like, it used to be like when you were 40, and then they kind of moved it up to 50 or whatever. But like, it's like you're well past the age. Go get it. Come on now. Do you want to die? What the fuck? No, go get it checked. They checked that now with a PFA test. No finger at the bum needs. He did say before that they do it with blood tests, but I've thought of that as a cop-out type of thing. There is also a problem with over-testing, like with certain types of mammogram. They were like testing a lot for breast cancer for a while, and then that was causing so many false positives, which then causes stress in people and also overtaxes the not incredibly robust systems that we have, that they figured that it's less harm overall or more good overall to slow down the testing a little bit or not test as early as they used to test. So there is something about not, like, you don't want to get an MRI every day because that would both be unnecessary, cause more stress than it needs to, right? So there's a reason. It's okay to say you like a finger up the bum. God did us dirty. He just did the prostate dirty. Because now the prostate's dirty, literally. If I'm dying, I guess I'm dying. I'm not. That's good. Take everything one at a time. Yeah, that sounds fine, but it's all about like whether or not you're willing to. Because like, oh, sometimes you're like, ooh, I feel a twinge, or ooh, I feel a little bit of a pain in the chest. It's probably just heartburn, or it's probably just a little something, but I don't feel like going to make a doctor's appointment. I'm a little bit afraid if it's a bad thing. And also, I can't afford that all the time, take time off work, all these different things. So fuck it. I'm not one of those. It's probably not that thing. It feels like it goes away. And even if it comes up more and more often, you're like, it's just one of those things. And I'm a little afraid of what they might say, but also I just assume it's not, because fuck that. Fuck, it's not, right? Your leg was infected for like a full year. No, that's not good. Ooh. I used to work with a guy way, way long ago before he left for different reasons, but he had this like weird growth on his face, and he just kept putting a Band-Aid over it and ignoring it. And everybody at work was like, go to a doctor, get that checked out. He kept ignoring it until finally, I think something bad happened, was bleeding or something weird. And then and the doctors are like, Jesus Christ, you almost died. This thing was like a big problem, whatever type of thing it was, some kind of weird cyst thing. What's my opinion on the Ukraine? We're watching about how everything's an ad now, unless there's like the Ukraine brand soda. Oh boy. Unjustifiable invasion by Russia. I'm not very knowledgeable about the Ukraine stuff, other than, dang, that sucks. Russia should not be invading. Dang. You had a baby's arm start to grow out of your hip after your 5th COVID booster. That could... Gotcha. Okay. Fair. Okay. That's an easy one, right? I feel like everybody says that. Well, maybe not. Fuck. Finally. Thank God. Thank God. Will he wear a suit though? We got to move the goalpost to the next thing. I'm sure we can neg him for something else, right? Even though Elon Musk can stand in the fucking White House, he can stand in the goddamn Oval Office with his meme T-shirt and just say insane shit, and everyone's like, "This is fine. We like this."
Placements and negative associations with the film or the brand. In other words, product placement works.
Ah, damn that big beautiful bill. Damn, what do you know? Honestly, I kind of half expected.
As long as it's not too overt. Apparently though, brands don't care, because we're entering a new age of our favorite phrase here at Morning Brew, vertical integration. If you're a studio that also happens to have a product to sell, why not save some advertising dollars and put the products right into your own content? Or alternatively, buy ad placements from yourselves for a tax write-off. Hollywood accounting, anyone? And it's working. Vertical integration has given us such wonders as...
I mean, Putin should basically denazify Russia as well. If he's so concerned, why does he have that problem? You shouldn't type here. I prefer the better BBB as the Better Business Bureau or whatever, or
Disney
Build Back Better.
To Star Wars and Marvel movies. Disney putting references to Alien in Marvel movies. Disney putting references to Fortnite in Marvel movies. Sony highlights the place.
BBW? BBL, big Brazilian butt lift, right?
Station and its computers,
I know all the
and
butts.
Its films, and even makes films and shows based on IP they own. And this isn't anything new. Brands have wanted to be closer to the means of advertising for decades. Coca-Cola even briefly acquired Columbia Pictures in the 80s, coinciding with the release of Diet Coke, and used the studio's films as an advertising channel for its products. Thankfully, now Columbia is owned by Sony, which has nothing to sell. Look, no matter where you go in capitalism, advertising will follow. And clearly, as much as it bothers people, American commercialism and product placement go hand in hand. But it might lead you to ask, do we need ads in our escapes? Well, need is a strong word, but I love movies. And while I'd love to live in a world where artistic vision never had to be sacrificed for money.
There we go. This is the, what are you going to do? It has to be there. And they want to make their money.
At least product placement provides some productions with the resources they need to see that vision through, and employ thousands of people in the process. The trade-off doesn't seem so bad. That is, unless it looks like this.
You see happiness when it's Xmas, and you see those Coca-Cola truck ads with the polar bears, the Santas. Very interesting. Oh, thanks for the follow. Mario fan 604. Whoa. We're more of a Luigi fan around here. If you know what I'm saying, we're a Luigi fan. But Mario's cool. It's a me. Even though unrelated note, I'm not a fan of capital punishment, but we like Luigi. I don't know. We all have our contradictions, you know what I'm saying? You think whoever Trump's advisor is just wants to trade stocks. He keeps jerking the world around. Yeah, because he's putting the tariffs back in or whatever. Wayne's World is also epic. Wayne's World is very, very Gen X, or you had people in your life who were Gen X who then showed you things to like. I mean, it's possible that people just stumbled across Wayne's World, but it's like a very specific era of SNL that then became its own little movie thing. I thought it was funny. It was cool. I mean, hey, it's all alleged, right? Proven innocent to proven guilty. Sometimes heads just do that. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes, sometimes that happens. Sometimes that just happens to the human body. There's mysteries all around. I mean, I didn't see it. The obligatory, like, bro, I didn't see any evidence. I was there. I was looking I didn't see anything, right? I didn't see anything there. We went, independent journalists. You know, just saying is all. I didn't see anything. We- yeah. Both the times I've gone to New York for about 2 to 3 days, 2 days or 2 nights, 3 days, whatever. Both times, I never saw a rat once. I went into 2019 and I went in this year, 2025. There's a demographic of people who could never play Stairway to Heaven. The sign saying no Stairway to Heaven in the thing because they didn't want to play for the rights for the song. Oh, really? I mean, I was in Manhattan. Yeah, I was looking for a Pizza Rat specifically. That's when I first went. I was like pumped to see a Pizza Rat because I really wanted to eat pizza and I wanted to see a rat. So it was like well, I wouldn't have eaten that pizza, but that's just bad luck. I mean, that's just like that can technically happen anywhere, but that's just bad luck. That's one of the things. Like I think there's only been a couple of times in my life where I've been like in a car and then like a bird shit happens to like impact the car noticeably while you're in it, and you go, "Wow, what are the chances?" You know. America has really good entertainment. We definitely make a lot of entertainment. Like I didn't see any shows when I went to New York, whatever it is. We kind of went to museums and stuff. There's one OK arcade here. Okay, I guess that's kind of like entertainment. I went to an arcade somewhat recently. It's like a half Dave and Buster's. The place I went to is like a weird bar thing, and you know, I don't drink, but it had like a bunch of like, you know, $1 play at a pinball machine. It was kind of fun to play like a pinball machine. It had some like, you know, cabinets or whatever it is. Just kind of more of a place to chill, even though it's a business. It's not a true third place, obviously, but Stairway denied. Okay, I've seen this one. It was actually I thought this video came out longer ago, but I became a magician to learn how much money they make.
In 5 minutes, I'm...
Holy fucking... What the... Whole script in one closed caption. Sometimes these things do this. They kind of freak out. But I've had a thing about magicians where, like, I feel like any criminal trial, you could walk up there and be like, beyond the shadow of a doubt, may I present Chris Angel? He's like, look, here's the quarter. Boom, quarter's gone. Shadow of a doubt. You know, what you saw on the tape, who knows? You don't know what you saw because Chris Angel, mind freak. Everything is subjective. Nothing is what it seems. You know, the cop could have planted it there because he's a magician. The Chris Angel just planted this fucking ace of spades in your fucking jockstrap. You weren't even wearing a jockstrap, but you're wearing one now, Chris Angel. Like, magicians disprove so much of our society that you can't believe anything. I've just been pitching this without actually typing in my thing. All right. Oh, did I go too fast? Wait, did I not? Oh my God, what the hell? Oh, sometimes Twitch chat does that. Like I'm typing backwards. I put exclamation mark REACT and it's typing backwards. What is this? What's going on? Like insert is turned on? Like that's not how it... I can't even arrow around. What the fuck? Is there like some like thing? What the hell? Let me hit the refresh on the... Is that a thing I can do? Yeah, refresh this thing. There you go. Sometimes Twitch chat goes wild. It's still really hard to be a magician. It's proven to be super unreliable, as in eyewitness testimony. Yeah. Okay, before we go, this is something I saw a long time ago, and I'm curious if you've seen this before as well. So before we get started on this tangent,
This is a
Play
test
along,
of
everybody.
selective attention. Count how many times the players wearing white pass the basketball.
Players wearing white. No, shut up. What are you doing? Fuck you. 1, 2, 3, 4, 4, 5, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15.
How many passes
15.
did you count? The correct answer is 15.
See,
passes.
I beat this test. I beat
But
this
did you
test.
see the gorilla?
What? What? When I first saw this, I didn't believe it. I was blown away. There's an analog horror potential here. There is. It is like they're doing it in the back rooms. Like the camera turns in like almost like Cloverfield, fucking Blair Witch, and then like and running down, and the gorilla's chasing or whatever. Yeah. Does it mean we're racist because we didn't notice the gorilla among the black? Come on, man. Come on, man. I know you're just fucking around, but come on, man. Come on. That's crazy. That's crazy. That's crazy. There wasn't even black people there, so that's approaching a different topic, and you're utilizing, yes, the black shirts, yes, specifically. That's you're baiting with an intention, which is dangerous. But I know you're joking, but that's dangerous. As a white person, as a well addressed white person, you got to know better than that. You got to know better than that. Yeah, so that's one of those things that, and this is also probably the beginning of me being a fucking asshole who wants to constantly break every psychological test done on me, where I'm like, you give me the test, look for the passes, but what are you not asking me to look for? And then I overanalyze everything and then look for the thing. I don't know if anybody who didn't read the gorilla chat message, subbing then unsubbing. Oh, okay, I think I might get the money still. I have a black friend. Well, there you go. I have been defeated. Yeah, I need to grab this as well. But I remember I was blown away by that. So that's eyewitness testimony. You could argue, right, that's where it doesn't work because even what you see is selective, etc. I was kind of going off of that topic, as well as magicians being able to disprove all criminal law.
I'm performing magic to a real audience who paid to be here. And I've only been practicing magic for 3 weeks. And a lot of that 3 weeks was doing like administrative stuff, like planning the show and not actually practicing my tricks. So I don't feel the most prepared. Also, my mom is here.
That's kind of fucked. That's kind of fucked. Unless they give like a refund or something, but also, what is this? This person's that in the cut for magic that they have like specifically card trick themed clothing.
And she's somehow more nervous than me. And my boss, Devin, who's like the world's biggest magic fan. So I have a lot to prove. And I've never quite gotten my finale trick right in practice.
3, Alakazam! And it's gone!
I'm guessing a lot of these people are here more for the Daily Brew stuff than actual fans of magic. Are there fans of... Well, I guess there are.
And the ring is gone!
So we're about to find out. Do I have what it takes to be a professional magician?
You have back pockets, back pockets.
I have a cell phone.
Oh, okay. That's concerning. Okay.
There was a comedian magician. I guess there's been a bunch of them. He was on Comedy Central a lot. One of his big tricks was like razor blades in the mouth thing. He was funny. And sometimes the tricks working or not working, you can't tell if it's a part of the bit or not. So I feel like that's a big part of being a good magician, is being able to roll with it in a way that you're not prepared. You assume it's all part of the show, right?
first step in my magic journey was to see some magic and learn the basics from my friend Jacob, who's a full-time professional magician.
I like that there's like 17,000.
Like 3-card Monty is another one of those things, right? Disproves all physical evidence.
1,000 decks of cards.
Yes, there's a lot of decks of cards. Take one out.
Okay.
Remember, show camera.
Got it,
and
got it.
such. Put it back. Camera saw and everything, and can you push it all the way in? And square, so even if I pick up the cards, I can't like go to the point or anything.
Yep.
And you'll be honest when you see your card.
Yes.
Oh, it's like the speaker 1, speaker 2 situation. So it's like dividing it up.
No.
It wasn't the 3 of diamonds,
No, it
okay,
wasn't.
obviously, because you didn't put it on top. What was your card?
The 3 of hearts.
Oh, so close.
But it's this one here. You put it down.
You see it move?
Yeah.
Turn it over.
What the hell?
You want to learn how to become a magician.
How much time do I
Innocent. Innocent. Can you push it off the way?
need to prepare for a show? How long did it take you to become a magician?
I got into magic when I was like 10. I'm 24 now, so I've been doing it for 14 years.
Do you think I'm gonna be able to like do enough cool tricks to have a show? Are these all magic books?
Most of these are. So let's start with these. This is the Tarbell course in magic.
He's a wizard. He's an actual wizard. He's using books. He's using arcane knowledge. He's actually a wizard.
Magic. So for this, we'll turn to the magician's secrets. Oh, and we'll skip over necromancy and divination.
Oh, I forgot we could do that. I
Yeah.
wanna do necromancy at the show.
Okay. Okay, we're not gonna do this. This is crazy. There's kind of this quote that magicians guard
That's
an
a
empty
joke.
safe, like to keep the mysteries.
That's the thing. He only shows it when he needs to.
So the way that people learn magic is, one, they're safeguarded like monetarily. This is not a particularly easy book to just work through. And for a long time, these books were really only sold like through magic shops to people that are like known to be magicians. But magic has kind of always been for sale like this. Tons of stuff in here has just been republished again and again and again in video format and whatever. But the best stuff, I think, is always buried. And a lot of it is taking things that have been kind of lost.
I mean, probably. I think you know it's necrophilia, but you know what? Probably. I mean, if homies could do necromancy, they are the necrophiliacs, right? Like, so like, you know, like, because what's one of the main driving emotions for many individual, right? So men are fucked in more ways than one.
Lost to time and updating them. Sending you home with like a book or something more realistically emulates you becoming a magician. Some element of finding for yourself is like part of the process.
Okay, thanks, Jacob. Bye. I'm gonna go practice. If I'm gonna do a crash course in becoming a magician, I should know how to shuffle. So right now I'm watching Now You See Me, classic magician movie that I need to brush up on. And I'm just gonna practice until I can get the cards to like, you know when they snap back after you shuffle them? Put your card into the deck, rather, face up. I'm just gonna go ahead and flip all the
Dude, is this where she works? That's crazy. That's nuts.
cards face down, except for your card will be face up. I have 2 cards face up. Was one of these your card? I'll keep working on this one. Okay, so I'm obviously doing really well with my magic so far. I'm gonna do an incredible stage show. From my understanding, there are many types of magicians.
Like, you can do a whole act with imposter syndrome, and I'm just learning this, and tee hee ha ha. Uh-oh, there's 2, but is one of them? Okay, not bad, whatever. Like, you can, it's still impressive, honestly. Like, I mean,
Some magicians don't even perform at all. They just make tricks for other magicians. What kind of magic do you do and why?
A lot of the stuff I do is kind of the more close-up, intimate shows, just because that's what I think is most interesting, and one of the main comments I get is,
he's just trying to, like, get people's phone numbers. Now I'm making him look like a predator. Because he's like, I'd like to do the close-up intimate stuff, the one-on-one stuff, the stuff where I get in your personal space and make you feel like you can't stop me. That's not disarming, though. That would be probably the worst way to do that. But maybe he does. Maybe it doesn't work out for him. But that could be why he does it. Now I'm just making a joke. That's probably not why he does it. He's probably not a predator, I can say.
I don't believe it when it's on TV, but when it's happening to me, it's so different.
I've been spending most of my time like practicing the physical tricks, like playing with cards basically. Is that what you spend most of your time doing? Because now that we're planning the show, I feel like I need to pivot into marketing the show and actually doing the like admin of creating the show.
I spent a ton of my childhood.
Dude, that's the magic to me. Marketing something. Because like I'll do a stream, I'll make a YouTube video, but I don't know how to like social it, market it. I tweeted out one of my TikToks. It got like 2 views. I'm like, dang. I got no motion. I got nothing. The dad magic trick. Dude, he didn't even make the milk appear. What the fuck? Dude.
Doing what you're doing.
Dude, I need my dad, but I also need my bones to grow. Dad, come on. I'm double fucked.
Now. And now that I have kind of like shows and repertoire of things that I've done hundreds or thousands of times, I do find myself working more on the marketing and the admin.
All right, what kind of show can I do?
Let's do like 25, 30 minutes. I think we can do that with what you've been practicing so far. I like to put the stuff I'm very comfortable with at the beginning. So,
okay, a 30-minute show would almost be like the opening act of a show. Because like, what? No one's going to buy it and go to and wait in line and then sit in and then observe and then leave and go back to their car for a 30-minute show. What the hell?
Easy and, I don't know, make them think you suck.
We need to keep expectations low.
Expectations on the floor. 3 to 4 of the card tricks you've been working on, let's do there. And then one longer, crazy piece, and then like a really punchy finale that'll be like the hardest thing you do, the thing you have to work towards, and like the thing we'll be working on for the next few weeks.
This looks like a great show.
It looks like a great show.
So then now we just need a place for the show to be. I really like Caveat as a venue.
I've seen some shows there.
Okay, so how do we decide on ticket price?
The ticket.
Really? What? That's weird. Huh? Really? Does that mean like children of gay male parents are like super bony and like can survive a fall from a 10-story building or something?
Tickets can really get up there, but they're more of like an intimate experience. Those can kind of run you $100 plus. For something like this, you can do around $40. Let's see what Caveat says.
What do you wear when you're doing magic?
Not a top hat, if that's what you're asking.
So I feel like we could make a decent amount with the show. Is a corporate event always going to be your most profitable thing?
Corporate events generally are very good, but it depends. If you can get a consistent show that pays really well, that's amazing, and they have high ticket prices. Vegas. But in general, like corporate is going to pay well, and it's a huge range. I know magicians that charge anywhere from.
No, I wasn't sure if you were just by chance bringing up an actual like thing because I'd never heard of it before. So I was just like, that could be a joke, but also it could be a thing. I wasn't sure. It seemed like one of those like, well, actually, now that you bring it up, it's like, oh.
1,500.
So I'm like, we don't like breastfeed off of our dads. Like, why would that be a thing specifically? That's what I was thinking. Then I was like, okay, we'll just turn it into a joke.
To tens of thousands. People are getting 100,000 a show or more for like big corporate events. So maybe we're not going to make that this time.
Yeah, but next time.
Yeah.
But probably next time I will make that. We came to Tannen's to see where American magicians have been buying their supplies for a century.
My name is Adam Blumenthal. I'm the owner of Tannen's Magic Shop, and you are standing in the oldest magic shop in New York City, and one of the oldest in the world.
They have everything you could need, from a pack of cards for a few bucks, a fancier trick for a few hundred, all the way to custom stage illusions for a few $1,000s. How did you come to be running this magic shop?
I grew up coming to the store since I was a kid. I was a customer.
You know, he has that really old card catalog that looks all beat up in, I don't know, the right turn, not mid-century, whatever. It looks like something from like the Crypt Keeper kind of shit, just because he runs a magic shop. and he wants it to have that style.
On the weekends, I would spend all Saturday here. Then I went to our magic camp that's been running now.
I don't think I ever pinned my damn it, I hate that stupid pop-up. /pin. I think my oh shit. Now I'm just gonna pin the word Burt Wonderstone. No, I want there we go. Oh, now there's a space in it. Wait, what? No, I guess there wasn't. Okay, fine. Easy peasy. Every time I use my OBS window to try to type something into the chat, because I have to use the / commands using the actual like built-in chat. I can't use my StreamerBot chat, which is able to work with YouTube and other stuff, because the / commands don't work because it's not allowed to use an API to work with them, whatever. I go to hover down to click on the box to type, and I get this. And then I can't see what I'm typing to double check it's right, and I'm like, go away! And I gotta like hover away, and then because usually I hover down, and then I go in my 2 hands to type, and then there's this the fucking box in the way. I just wish I could like hide this shit. I don't know, something. Channel points used to be a much bigger deal on my channel because we would allow it to do weird things, you know, weird effects, make little videos, head crabs jumping, gnomes would fly by the screen, all kinds of stuff. But I didn't like all that. I didn't like being a dance monkey dance kind of guy where a random person I know could come in and then just one by one every one of the redeems because they built up a lot of channel points by just sitting in idle chat or whatever. And then I had to do all these weird jokes or whatever all at once. It breaks the flow of videos we're watching or the topic you're talking about. And that's why I think a lot of bigger streamers don't do that kind of shit because it's annoying. So I'm now on a situation where I want to have bits that I can do on my own where I can just make a thing happen specifically by setting it up and having it all on my own thing. Because something, you know what the real cause of bits on twitch.tv, the real reason is full moons. That's right, those full moons, they shift reality in a way. But to what end? The reason is psychedelic mushrooms. Yeah. But they don't want you to know about that. And also, AI. Why not? And, you know. So, but I would hate this if this was a bit that was like on a 1,000 channel point redeem that just all of a sudden someone would just trigger. And I'd be like, fuck. I had to do it now. So I'd rather just make it something I can just do on my own. That was a long tangent about channel points being annoying.
Now for 52 summers, and the bug kind of bit.
What do we have over here?
This is some of our historical items and a small portion of our collection of Houdini memorabilia. Houdini was a New Yorker for much of his life and lived in Harlem in a brownstone. And that brownstone underwent its first major renovation just a number of years ago, and we inherited Houdini's bathtub. Houdini was known as an escape.
Why is this important? We inherited Houdini's toilet. Observe the stains. Wow. Houdini, you didn't clean your bathtub. Houdini, you didn't clean your toilet. Houdini, why? Why, Houdini?
Escape artist, and many of his most famous escapes were
Houdini, more like he dirty.
underwater breath holds. So if you have to practice holding your breath, where else but your bathtub?
Ready? And then it's gonna
In a pool. Oh wow, the rotoscoping is immaculate.
disappear. Fix that in post.
And that's one of the great reasons of coming to a magic store is we can show you and help teach you. So everything here can basically be done with enough practice.
You would show me how it's done, and then I could walk out of here with a pretty good idea of it.
You'd know the secret.
Whoa, he's selling it for a price. I wonder, I mean, everyone has to learn magic from somewhere, but then they never want to share their magic. There's, I don't know how serious it is, but I would used to get like magic TikTok or magic YouTube shorts in my feed back when I was watching stuff. And there's some people who like to debunk magic or show how it's done. And it seems like there are people who get mad at it. Now, how mad do they actually get? I don't know. But it's fun to think of a scenario where they're being like hunted and hated and murdered or whatever, over the secrets. But you go to a magic store, you go, hi, I want to buy this trick, but I need to know how to do it. So I guess the guy has to teach it to you. So there's always a place for this to happen. But I guess maybe like out in public, out in your face, they don't want that. That makes sense.
But it takes a little bit of practice to get it mastered. But yes, anything here you can walk out with the secret.
But I have to pay before you teach the secret?
You do.
Damn it. Tannins is a great place to buy magic because you can come in and describe what kind of trick you'd like to buy.
Is there a return policy? Teach me the secret. I'll buy it. Oh, actually returned. Thank you. Goodbye.
Then they'll demo things for you so you can see what you like. And then after you buy it, they'll teach you how it's done.
Some good ones that still are going to require a lot of.
These guys, these are just like wannabe magician dudes. Maybe get a little nervous in front of a huge crowd. So they'll work in a magic shop where they can just kind of like fuck around and do these things and impress a small crowd or have a good time with it. It's like people that like, I don't know, open a Magic the Gathering store. Because they like Magic the Gathering. That they maybe wanted to, they did some Pro Tour qualifiers or something at one point. But they never really wanted to go super hard on it, and then they'll make some money. But there's always somebody who's kind of into it, who makes these individual things, and that's kind of nice. It's kind of sweet, that people who have these interests make these little places for people to sort of gather for it. Although this is not a true place because buy it or get out. Why are you loitering? Whatever. But still, given what it is, I think it's. He seems so proud to do that bubble trick, and to see her face, he's like, yeah. Like gives him a reason to live. And do we really think if communism and/or socialism happened, and people's needs were met, this guy still wouldn't be in this store helping people with magic and doing these in front of people? He likes it, He likes it.
Practice, but are very cool. Ring on shoelace. There's like good audience interaction. You break the fourth wall. It's of this category of like object to impossible location, right?
Right.
The object is.
Why is he holding himself? I don't get that. He broke a rib.
Personal. The location is relatively impossible. That's a good candidate, I think.
$700. This is a bet on myself. This is a bet on my magic show making money. And this is a bet that I don't get my corporate card taken away. Last thing.
Your corporation is doing a bet on you in your magic show. They just let you do that? That's I don't. What? That's crazy. Why don't you have to ask permission for that?
Are you there, Houdini? It's me, Macy. Please send me your magical powers for my magic show. I'm a big fan. It was time to get serious about practicing my tricks for an audience.
One of the bubbles turns into glass. Okay, that sounds perfect. June 8th.
Wait, she's just holding that bubble. Wait, she's just holding the bubble. Now wait. Which hand does she use?
Get serious about practicing my tricks for an audience.
Oh, that's where it was. Like it's like held in at the bottom of this thing, right? Am I breaking the secret here?
It was.
Watch the hand. Oh, no, we're on this mode. I want this one. I have to do control this to zoom in. Okay. Oh, maybe we'll zoom in a little less. Okay.
It's time to get serious about practicing my tricks.
Relocating. And acting a little awkward.
For an audience.
Whoop.
One of the bubbles
And she happens to... Okay, they're moving the camera. That's not me. That's them moving the camera. Get back out of it. Secret acquired.
Okay, that sounds perfect. June 8th, 2:30, 100 tickets of $30. All right, thank you. all right, I'm gonna make a title, a description. I'm gonna make some art. I'm gonna get this link up so I can start selling tickets. And then, oh my
feeling
gosh,
better.
I really have to start practicing.
I'm awake now.
I think I forgot my sweater.
It's only been 5 hours since I woke up. Now I'm awake. I'm alert. Well, this is sick. What the fuck?
Okay, so my cards aren't off this time, so that's my issue. Let me just fix that.
I like this.
Lightning speed. The Jack of Spades.
Come on. It's pretty good.
Witchcraft.
Cut the cameras.
How did you do it?
Welcome to Macy Practices Her Finale Trick. I'm so scared that I'm gonna mess this up.
I don't recognize the logo. That's probably, well, that's an actual, so this is a teleprompter that uses not like a phone. It looks like it uses its actual own built-in display. It has a hood built in. This is a serious product. This is not some bullshit. Okay, well, yeah, it's on a serious tripod. These tripods could cost anywhere from like, at the minimum 150 to like who knows fucking what. And they got like a color chipboard, actual gaff tape up there. This is a serious, yeah, they got their XLR, SDI. They got a lot of, this is a serious, not even like a traditional YouTuber kind of space. Yeah, they got the C-stand arms. That looks like a more robust LED panel. That's would be more expensive. Lots of different rolls and backdrops. Yeah.
With the show, so I figured I should.
And then the camera is like recorded on what I assume is like a GoPro, but the available noise we're getting in. So it's just kind of an interesting juxtaposition to see such a advanced space. But they're just making the content. I'm not making this content. They're making it, and nobody gives a fuck if it's noisy.
I should practice some more, and I should practice with a little bit of an audience. So we can't film this trick because we actually don't have the rights to it. So we're just gonna film your reactions. Okay. And I'm gonna make it disappear out of your hand.
Okay.
1, 2, 3.
IP law has gone too far. What the hell? It's not even like you're showing the secret of it. You're just doing it.
And the ring is gone. It's on my shoelace!
Oh my gosh.
Okay, so did you guys see how I did it? Wait, you guys aren't giving me good feedback because I don't think I've earned this clapping. I think you're doing that clapping as a bit. Hi, Houdini.
That's fun. She went to be. Whoa, he's got like a whole
Rest in
thing.
peace, buddy.
That's so.
So listen, I'm still.
Okay, she's funny, or whoever. I mean, she's funny. That's good. What the hell? They got like a. They got bitches on there like pawning over his grave. That's crazy. Maybe that's dismissive, but like you know how like in the old movie posters of like Army of Darkness, how there's like you know ladies grabbing on the leg of the male character and then in the lead. That's kind of what I'm getting at. Is like it's crazy.
I'm not a huge fan, but this book isn't the nicest to you. It says you kind of weren't that loved in your time. To his public, during the first decades of the 20th century, Houdini was...
He's a magician. You think he's loved? He's a magician. He's a magician. They had slurs for Omani people. Like, if you're a magician...
wasn't thought of as a magician at all. He was the escape artist. And then get this, by most accounts it was Howard Thurston who was the great magician and Houdini who envied his status. But I think that's dumb.
We're all imposters. We're all faking it till we make it to some degree. It's a good lesson in life to blah, 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 blah.
I think you're great. Houdini, if you're really in there,
Hey, does this work?
please help me escape
Oh, the Bluetooth headphones also can pause.
from these
unpause.
handcuffs.
Fun.
Oh, this coat is so long. No.
If you sit down, it'd be way easier, right? Yeah. I might be too fat to do that.
I did.
Oh, wait, what? What? Okay, nice job.
Do you think my show's gonna be good?
Honestly, I wouldn't do the handcuffs thing if I were you. That wasn't good. Maybe do cards or something?
Thanks, Houdini. I am gonna take these. I need them for the show. I'm sorry. It was finally showtime.
I think he's okay with it. I think he's okay.
I sold 82 tickets, made just over.
Dude, you already made money on your investment into yourself. It's not even an investment. You literally made a return.
$1,000, and the only thing left was.
Oh, well, okay, a little bit more in supply. But that's just like, but you already recouped your initial investment, basically.
To see if I could actually put on a good
The second show is all profit at this point.
Go. Jesus Christ.
I wonder how much marketing costs, though.
Oh, it's magic.
Okay, she's definitely playing up the I'm a goober.
Never believe it's not so.
Although, if people were not ready for that to be the show, they're like,
Oh,
they paid.
Magic. This is really stuck in there. It's not so.
Wow.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Welcome to Mace Up My Sleeve, the magic show that has been, 3 weeks in the making. But I do have one of the greatest women in the world.
I do feel like it's. I mean, if she works at a really big place, there could be a lot of people, especially if she's like one of the larger attractions at the place. Now I'm thinking there was a person who did stand up at our job. I don't know how many employees actually went to that job or went to the job. How many employees actually would go to her shows just because she's already kind of like a bigwig at the place, one of the higher ups. So would people feel like I don't want to, they already kind of dominate me there? I don't need to, I don't know.
As my assistant today, Meg, could you come out, please? Yeah.
It would make sense that her environment is less tiered than the previous major corporation I came from. So.
The tricks were going well. Sometimes they do a weird thing where one of them just turns to glass, and it's like, why would it do? That's not. Then I hit my first snag because I forgot how to do this trick when Meg brought it out to me. Can you actually take this?
Yeah.
But then I got back on track for my card set. So I need a volunteer in the audience.
Dude, that's rough, dude. Performance bombing or failing, or you literally forget how to do something. That's terrifying to me.
Meg, you pick who to hand it to. No, you're gonna hold that and squeeze it shut so I can't mess with it, and you're gonna hold it for the rest of the trick, okay? I'm gonna need 3 more volunteers. You name a color.
Blue.
Okay, a color of cards. Black, okay. All right, you can name the suit. Spade, okay, and then someone else, raise your hand again, and you're gonna name the card. 8 of spades. All right, bring me the deck. Thank you so much. I knew that you guys were gonna pick the 8 of spades. It's not your fault, but it's it's the most obvious card to pick, so actually come back up. Before this trick started, I turned around, just one card in the deck. There you go.
The 8 of spades.
There was also a trend for a while of people doing, or at least I happened to see it happen a couple of times. So I now assume it's a giant trend or something. But people that would make a TikTok where it's like, all right, think of a number, any number between this range. Now multiply it. Now divide it. Now do this to it. Now think of a word that starts with the same letter as your number. And now think of it, but they would cause this chain of things and then say, is your number now, after all this, 2? If it is, like and subscribe. And you'd be like, oh, it is 2. Oh my God. And of course, it's just a video. And they're asking you to do it live. So whether it's they know that people will likely pick an even or an odd number, or the way these math tricks will kind of commonly break it down to a small, consistent thing here. There's some kind of like effect to it, and then eventually you might end up in a not a bottleneck, but you end up in a spot where you have a chance, like a 1 in 10 or something. It's similar to an old scam that I learned from The Simpsons, actually, where if you have a 1 in 10 shot at something, but it seems impressive, you will impress 1 out of 10 people because they happen to pick that thing. And you might even have better odds than that or whatever it is. So then you'll get engagement from those people. And then in the old scams, you would then scam them and make money off of them. But in this case, you're just getting engagement off of them, getting free likes and subscribes. The way it was described in The Simpsons was they would mail out, hey, look, we're a betting assistance service. We do picks. We know who will win the sports game. So this Sunday, the winner is Team A. They mail out a bunch of Team A's and a bunch of Team B's. Same exact thing. Next week, they mail out a bunch of A's and a bunch of B's again to the same people. They're mailing out different things. So kind of what you end up getting is random, but it's almost like a coin flip, right? Basically. So a certain number of people will go, what? You got that one wrong. Fuck you. I'll never buy your service. And they throw it away. Some people go, wow, they got that first one right. The second one comes. Oh, they got it wrong. Fuck you. But some people got the second one right too. Some people get the third one right. You're getting an ever decreasing, number of people, but you're getting people who now are believing you more than ever before because holy shit, they got 3 in a row right. They know what they're doing. I'll buy their service. They don't actually know anything. They're just playing the odds. And normally when you would send out, we're a betting service, use us, we'll help you bet, no one would believe them and throw it away. But by creating this ad campaign of just running the numbers to a mass number of people, you're going to really impress a small percentage and then get their money. So that's what I always assumed they were doing with the likes.
We actually can't show you this trick because it's copyrighted by the magician who made it. But I also messed it up a little bit, so moving on. I'm going to
And now it's my trick because I made it different. Transformative.
shuffle these cards and you're going to tell me when to stop, okay?
Stop.
Okay. All right, so this is your card.
Yes.
Okay. Was it red? No, I didn't think it was red. I didn't think it was red. It's an odd number. Okay, right. But it's a number. Okay. I don't think it's in there. I think something happened. Honestly, hear me out. It might have ended up on the bookshelf. Will you bring me that lemon? I just want to check something. Because I have this like sneaking suspicion that your card might be in the lemon.
These always were weird to me. Is it like there's 100 things with a card buried in them, or what? Because it's like my desire to know more increases.
And now it was time for my final.
Something's sour here. You taste it? I think it's the lemon. Yeah.
Wow. What about you, sir? What's your name? Devin. I understand that you're married.
Yes.
Do you trust me to do a trick with your ring?
Sure.
Okay, can I see it? But you hold on to it like that. Okay, and you trust me?
Yes.
Okay.
For now.
But it's really good. I've been practicing for 3 weeks.
Homie doesn't know how to stand. Not that he's doing it wrong, but he's like me, where he feels awkward. Maybe he has weight or body dysmorphia or whatever. Because I kind of do this thing too, where it's like I don't know what to do with my arm. I don't want to be super casual because maybe I got some lumps or something. And I also could just be projecting entirely onto this. So, no hate to Devin here, obviously.
3 weeks. Okay.
I just see myself in this.
On the count of 3, I'm going to make Devin's wedding ring disappear. 1, 2, 3. Alakazam! And it's gone. And
Wow.
the ring is gone. All my training had led up to this moment. Literal hours of practice. Almost even days. Now, I just had to find where the ring disappeared to. Back pockets, back pockets.
I got a receipt from about 3 weeks ago.
Okay. Janine, do you have anything?
He also doesn't change his pants. Is it weird to not change your pants very often? To wear well, at home I change my pants very often, obviously. But I mean, like my pants I would wear to work, I was not washing those pants every day. I'd wear them. He has a receipt from 3 weeks ago. Is that his going out pants?
Okay. Do you know what, guys? It's because the ring was on my shoelace this whole time. You guys can see it. Ta-da! I'll come out from behind the table. There's Devin's ring. I will untie that and get that back to you. And here you are.
Thank you.
Woo!
And now let's hear what the audience thought of the show.
I came in with low expectations, and during
Okay, they knew it wasn't going to be a thing.
the show, I'm thinking, Houdini, who?
I believe in
These got to be coworkers.
magic now.
It feels like 3 years of practice, not 3 weeks.
I kept waiting for a rabbit to come out of her top hat, but maybe next time.
And I liked how she bossed around
They're
Matt.
doing a lot of these interviews very fast, but damn, they are just miking them up raw. They're just leaving this cable out there. Because normally you would want to, like, through the shirt, hide it, whatever. But I get it if they're doing like bang, 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 bang. You don't want to be going up people's shirts, strangers. But I wouldn't use a lav in this way. Well, then I guess, whatever. It's fine. I'm just being me.
Honestly, I think I can do magic now.
She's a natural. She must be like some type
See, he put it under the shirt, the classic way. He might be a person that does. He's like, no, I will do it the correct way.
a wizard.
I bet you were waiting this whole time for me to do a trick with a rabbit. Well, that's actually a really offensive stereotype, and magicians don't do that anymore. But you could do a trick with a rabbit right now by turning Gouda into your pet.
Oh my God, it's a big rabbit.
Adding the syllable. Bad habit.
Every time sniffing comes up, it comes up every so often. I get to be like, huh? Damn, this is getting hype in here.
Do you want some more?
This is a more playful bunny than I've seen. I've only ever seen a bunny a few times in person. A few friends growing up would have a bunny here or there. They would always be like in the garage in a cage and not do anything. So this one's huge and active.
Adding the syllable.
But one of the things I've heard about rabbits is that they just shit everywhere because they're a rodent. Look, boom, piece of poop, visible. So that's what makes them a tough pet because they just kind of piss and shit everywhere. Okay. I guess I'll just ban you. You're saying it multiple times. I mean, I guess you know what you're doing or whatever, and this is like validating, but okay. I hope you do well. It's 5 a.m. on the East Coast, and you're rolling through Twitch to find people to then say weird shit in their chat about Hassan Piker. It might be interesting for you to hear that you're not the first person to seem to be so obsessed in my incredibly nobody chat, right? There's a community of you out there, but I don't know that it's a way to live a life. I hope you get better. Honestly, truly. I had a bit of a journey, not so much of like whatever, but like I used to think things. I used to not think about things. I used to whatever. And then I guess I always did come from it in a bit of an empathetic view. You have the word gay, in your name. I don't know if that's just trying to be edgy or whatever, but like I was always like, oh, the Democrats, they seem to be pro-gay rights because, you know, I'm mid-30s or whatever. So I grew up in a time when that was a debate and people like Hillary Clinton were against it because they were incredibly right side of the Democratic Party. Basically a Republican by today's standards for sure. So I was always like, I'll just vote D. Whatever, not care. I now know that the D's are just as bad in different ways than the R's. But, you know, it took a little bit of time. I used to use gay as a pejorative. My mother would tell me, hey, you shouldn't do that. Don't do that. And I was like, nah. But those words would sit in my head a little bit. And over time, it would mean more. And I would see more things in life that would lead me to go, maybe that is unnecessary, right? So I've been able to change. I hope you're able to change. I feel so much better after changing. I think it was about 27-ish when I started like making substantial attempts to make myself better. Maybe you're just in that journey. You could be like 14 years old. I don't know. But goddamn, that's pathetic. You know, maybe harsh to hear, but that's what you're doing is pathetic. Anyway. I guess this video didn't have as much of a deeper meaning than I specifically thought there would be. But it is an interesting one because magic. What does it mean? Does it actually disprove? Does it actually disprove the criminal justice system? Because his wedding ring was there. I watched him hold it. Wait, it's now on her shoelace. Everything I understand is a lie. Let's do our next video because I've lost my train of thought off of that person. So I'll add this to the React pool so that way it is inside the Discord. And of course, we'll pin the video at the top of chat. Easy peasy. And also, I'm going to use the restroom, but I can still hear, obviously. I need to change my top title as well. So many things to do. Again, I was trying to find a way to make this a seamless or more seamless process, but I haven't yet come up with the exact method. Okay, how corporations are secretly poisoning our food supply. This probably won't come as a surprise to most people, because I don't think there's people who are out there really rooting for big agriculture, whatever. Like, I'm not the type of person who's like, ooh, crunchy granola, let's go back to organic everything. You know, when I hear the word process, I don't immediately think that means it's bad. But I know that our food standards are not up to speed as those of other countries. A little kitty cat, come and say hi. So, whether or not people are entirely for or against Monsanto or the idea of genetically modifying the banana is nothing what it used to be. Do we think that bananas are evil? But I don't think anyone's really not thinking that they're sneaking a little too much of something. Maybe going a little too heavy with the hormones in cows or whatever. Those chicken breasts are way oversized, the factory farming things. So usually, I don't think there's anybody that's going to completely be against this premise. But I am curious to see what it's like, because it's a thing that I've thought about from here and there. But knowing a bit more about it, even if it is a biased source or something, it would be interesting just to see what they have to say. Okay, so I'll be right back as I watch this. And
we
then,
sat here and ate beef 3, 4, 5 days a week.
Video is cached. Needs to reload.
We sat here and ate beef 3, 4, 5 days a week for, as far as I'm concerned, over a decade of contaminated beef. How much is in my system? How much is in my kid's system? Is it going to kill them in before they get a life? It's hard to say.
There's something poisoning America's farms. A chemical that was built in a lab decades ago by companies who knew in private that it was highly toxic. Now that chemical is showing up almost everywhere.
It is a Pandora's box. It's going to blow up, and people are going to find out it's in it and everything, and it's in everyone, and there's nothing to clean it up, and there's nothing to save you from it.
Toxic PFAS, also known as forever chemicals.
PFAS are in so many consumer products. Non-stick pans,
Dental floss, computer chips,
shampoos, and conditioners.
Whether it's gone down the river and contaminated fresh drinking water for people, or if it's on farmland and you're eating it, it's out there.
We have a mass poisoning of our population.
Forever chemicals are linked to a number of serious health issues.
How can a company knowingly have contaminated the groundwater?
So, how did we get here? How did our farms become toxic waste sites? How did the Teflon in your nonstick pan become a full-blown public health crisis? And why has it taken so long for the government to take action?
They knew about the problem for decades.
And now they've got a chemical that can't be destroyed, it can't be cleaned up. If we don't get some real response real soon, we're all gonna be in a real hell of a shit show mess.
Can you talk about how you guys name the cattle?
It's just it's a family thing. My kids name them, my wife names them, and it's just better than numbers.
Jason Grostic is a third-generation cattle farmer from Brighton, Michigan.
We started back in the early 1900s. Back then it was a dairy farm. My dad took over things in the 70s. We lost him to a farming accident in 95. And then in 97, we decided to get out of the dairy and get into beef. There you go, have fun. That business was booming.
Holy shit, lost him to a farming accident. That's brutal. That's metal. That's fucked. That sucks. Actually, we were talking about this earlier, the PFAS shit, right? Slightly different full-on topic than what we had before, but interesting. I'm hoping that there's a silver lining, that it's more of an inert thing, but who knows? It's too early to say.
We were growing steadily every year. We had plans of our kids taking over and doing it. 3 generations, could have been 4. But as we look at it now, with PFAS shutting us down in 2022, there's no growth here. There's no more family farming.
Shutting us down, what do you mean?
A few years ago, Jason got a call that he wasn't expecting from the Michigan Department of Agriculture and Rural Development.
January 27th of 2022, got on a Zoom meeting with 4 people I'd never seen in my life. The head of MDARD, he starts apologizing, all sympathetic and this, that, and the other thing. And I finally said, what the hell are you talking about? You don't know? And I says, no, what? He says, well, we're serving you a seizure notice today. You're shut down. Nothing leaves the farm.
Without warning, the state of Michigan had shut down Jason's farm, declaring it contaminated and unusable. They cited high...
I mean, that sucks, right? That sucks. But, like, I think it's good to monitor and to make sure poisons don't go out. So I hope the viewpoint is not, these guys I never seen before shutting me down, how dare they? But it's more like, how could someone else poison us? How are they not being held accountable? And how come I don't have reparations for the damage that was done, not only to our bodies, but also, this is our business.
High levels of so-called PFAS on the land.
This is the bucket of tags of all the animals we lost. Either they died because of it, or we dispatched them to save them their own pain and misery. It's been tough on my wife and kids. I was just a miserable bastard for 2 years, and they got the brunt of that shit show.
Okay. Okay.
I mean, they took away my livelihood. They basically bankrupted me. They told me I'd be back in business in no time. Here I am, 3 years and a few months into it, and I don't have rights to the farm. The government took all that away from me over something I didn't do. I didn't dump the chemical here.
Sure, but if the chemical is still making, that cat looks mangy as hell. If it could just be the matted hair, or whatever. But if the, like, yeah, you know, but like, you agree that you don't want your children to be poisoned, you can't put poisoned meat out. Like, what the hell? The USDA is already kind of a joke, but like, it needs to do with something, right?
Jason's farm was poisoned by PFAS chemicals that were buried within a type of fertilizer.
Again, like the villain here is not the government saying, egads, a safety risk for our population, our people, our citizens. We need to make sure that this is keeping people safe. That sounds like exactly what I want them to be doing. The villain is not the people making sure people are safe. The villain is the people who made them unsafe.
Fertilizer called biosolids. Every time you flush your toilet or do a load of laundry, that water goes to a wastewater treatment plant. And biosolids are the leftover
I thought the biosolid was me filling the toilet. I'm just the leftover byproduct
of that process. For decades, the EPA has encouraged the use of biosolids as a cheap fertilizer.
I'm not.
What? Human shit and filth from clothing was a fertilizer? Ew. There was a joke about people pooping in the yard as a fertilizer. Bro, people will fucking... Oh my god. I guess the more you don't know, but oh my god. What the fuck?
Not the only one that took biosolids. The EPA said it's clean. State of Michigan said it was clean.
Well, there's a layer of problem there if it's definitely not clean. I guess because the PFAS are in our bodies and we shit it out, or it's on our clothes. Definitely on your clothes for sure is a big part of it. I've been told before. Maybe things have changed or whatever, but I don't see how. Is this like some Michigan too? Is this like EPA said it's clean to use human shit? I can't. That's blows my. I'm not a fucking agriculture guy, I guess, but that doesn't. Just hearing it all at once, I'm like, that doesn't add up, right? What the fuck?
And I'm on a small scale. Some of these farms.
Because that too. So it's just trying to get to my point. Before I was like, oh, the bad guy is these people, but if the EPA frivolously, flippantly approved biosolids, and there was appropriate research to not, is this lobbyists pushing the EPA to be less regulatory and more approving of cost-saving measures or whatever? 'Cause that's kind of what it sounds like to me. But that would incriminate those who have defanged the EPA. So then that would be the villain here. And technically the people in charge at the time that this was permitted, assuming that it was pulling back its research arm, but that would make it more on the government side or the government operators at the time, because obviously things go up and down or whatever.
Farms are creating tens of thousands of gallons of milk a day. How many homeowners is that hitting?
It's estimated that as many as 20 million acres of farmland across the country could be contaminated with forever chemicals.
There's PFAS in West Virginia, New Mexico, Arizona, Wisconsin. I mean, it's showing its face everywhere.
So how did this happen? How did forever chemicals end up in our waste? And who put the poison there in the first place?
There's something wrong with this, Cal. And they keep trying to tell me there's nothing wrong with these things. I can call the West Virginia State Veterinarian, Doc Thomas, and the only thing he asked me is, do you have a good attorney?
That's an old-ass video.
You know, and when Mr. Tennant first reached out to me and was concerned about his cattle, we thought, you know, this is going to be a fairly straightforward, quick, easy case. We had no idea that we would be dealing with PFAS or any of these completely unregulated man-made chemicals.
Rob Bilott started out as a corporate lawyer. who specialized in defending large chemical companies from environmental lawsuits. But in
Everyone needs a job. There's no ethical consumption under capitalism. You can't condemn to death people who are just working within the system that was in front of them. That would not be a conducive way to run a society. Lawyers who are tasked with defending chemical companies from evading ecological, ethical restrictions have a place in a society.
In 1998, he was approached by a farmer from
Everyone deserves their day in court.
Parkersburg, West Virginia, a man named Wilbur Tennant.
And this is what they expect a man's cows to drink on his own property.
Wilbur's cows had been acting deranged and dying off at an alarming rate.
This is mad cow? I mean, that's what it sounds like. I think I didn't have drooling cows.
There was a serious problem occurring on that property. There was something coming out of this landfill next to his property.
That landfill belonged to the largest employer in town, the chemical giant DuPont.
It took some battling in court to finally get DuPont ordered to start turning over their internal files. What I began to see there really kind of changed my entire perception of what I thought I knew about environmental law.
Hold on. See, this is why my chanting about not going overboard is good. He had a turnabout. Is he the minority or is he the majority? But still, humanity redeemed.
In the United States.
Those documents, 110,000 pages in total, contain private letters, health reports, and scientific studies. And Rob kept finding mention of one chemical in particular.
PFOA, perfluorooctanoic acid. We were dealing with a chemical that had been invented by the 3M company right around really the time of World War II. It was DuPont that was around the same time had invented its own new chemical called Teflon.
Food doesn't stick to Teflon like it does to other things.
Teflon was famous for its non-stick, waterproof properties. But to make Teflon at scale, DuPont needed the chemical that 3M was producing. So they started buying it in huge quantities, shipping it to what would become the largest Teflon plant in the world, right outside of Parkersburg.
They were concerned, though, by this unique chemical structure of PFOA, this 8 carbons attached to fluorine. The DuPont scientists realized that was a very strong chemical bond, something that probably wouldn't be able to be broken apart. The concern became at that point, well, what would happen to living things that might get exposed to this?
So by the early 60s, DuPont started running its own experiments on rats, rabbits, and eventually their own workers. And they kept finding a concerning pattern.
There was a wealth of information.
Right.
On the early 60s, DuPont started running its own experiments.
Jail.
On rats, rabbits.
They needed how often do these fucking companies run their own things to learn about something, but then silo that knowledge away from the public sector, especially when it's health and safety related, when it's like, oh, look, we're causing climate change. Lock it up. And now go out and fight against it.
And eventually their own workers.
What the fuck does that mean? What? See, like, this is the jail part. This is the most jail part. Because, like, companies running studies or whatever, that sounds somewhat normal. But if you're testing on animals, definitely need to have some sort of oversight, some sort of peer review, some kind of whatever. You can't just buy rabbits and then murder them with chemicals, you know, beyond the corporate, you know, NDA wall or whatever it is. It has to be done right. But then medical surveillance for our employees, I can't imagine these are people who are like, yeah, I'll totally consent. And also, if your employer says you need to consent to this, otherwise you're fired, and you go, well, I guess I consent. That's not consent, you know.
And they kept finding a concerning pattern.
There was a wealth of information within both 3M and DuPont that this particular chemical was toxic, persistent, cancer-causing. Yet all of this information was essentially kept internal to the companies. And this information had been covered up. The public hadn't been told, the regulators hadn't been told, the scientific community hadn't been told.
Armed with all of this evidence, Rob was able to settle Wilbur Tennant's case in 2001. But by that point, he had already opened Pandora's box.
What we had seen in the internal DuPont documents.
Also, he settled his case. That's one of those things. The company goes, you know, you've kind of stumbled on something pretty bad for us. So this is a long process. This is dangerous. You might not even win under the best circumstances because of chance. We can give you back the years of your life that you would lose in just waiting for this verdict. We can give you a giant sum of money now that would be probably even similar to what you would get via winning, just to keep this quiet as a part of the fucking terms. And it's a lawyer and a guy with a farm who are like, that works for me. This is where settlements keep you quiet. I don't know how, like, this is why these studies need to have an open source thread to be tracked. I can't stand them putting it behind these private walls. Science needs to be open to all, even if it's a bad study. The group of scientists that manage this pool of information would know the quality of it. Damn, because then you're entering into the problem with like the fucking jackass who started the entire anti-vax movement with his fucked up shit. So if that's an example of something that's open that shows something poorly done, and then further studies disprove it, having open journalism to allow to see this thing would then allow them to then just headline it up and put it out there, and then cause just asking questions about it, and then you end up with the problem we have today with that. Fuck. But then if you lock the open source science stuff to only allow the scientists to agree what should go, not having it being 100% in daylight causes problems there, or the potential for problems there. Higher literacy, higher understanding would prevent some of those problems from getting out of control, but that's another education problem. Dude, there's like 15 things fighting against us in this. Oh.
Was that the same chemical was also getting into the public drinking water of the entire surrounding community, about 70,000 people in that area. So we had filed a new lawsuit against DuPont, this time a class action on behalf of the entire community.
That lawsuit eventually yielded a settlement of $70
Another one. No wrongdoing as a part of the settlement, just like the Purdue pharma opioid crisis.
million. But DuPont still refused to acknowledge that their chemicals could have played any role in causing widespread health issues in Parkersburg. So the settlement was used to do something unique. The money went towards developing a massive health study conducted by an independent panel of scientists.
We got 69,000 people out of the 70,000 in that community who came forward and participated. Probably some of the biggest human health studies ever done on any chemical.
Wow.
And by 2013, they had confirmed that drinking PFOA in the water was linked with 6 different diseases: kidney cancer, testicular cancer, ulcerative colitis, thyroid disease, preeclampsia, and high cholesterol.
Today, there are dozens of companies that produce these chemicals, with more than 10,000 varieties of PFAS on the market. They can be found in the tap water of nearly half the country, in sewage sludge that's spread across our farms, and in the blood of more than 99% of Americans.
Yeah, the unborn babies line was there because the mother has it and passes it to the baby. So if 99% of people, which then means 99% of women by proxy, means that 99% of babies will automatically have it. So unless you could find that magical 1% somehow and then only breed their babies, then what the fuck, right? But yeah, we're fucked. But you'd think that the level of it would go down. But is the drinking water the same thing as like your slight absorption of it by wearing clothes that have like water repellent properties to them? Is it the same, is there a byproduct of creating the chemical? Because like, I assume the factory where it's made and then the byproduct that's causing this damage where cows are like drooling and dropping dead or whatever, that's not the norm. This guy's farm that we saw at the beginning did not have that same exact problem. So like fingers crossed that we're not all just literally terminally ill. It's the less insane version.
It's enough to make anybody want to throw their hands in the air and just walk away from it. You can't because it has real life, tangible health consequences.
Cindy Boyle lives with her husband on the outskirts of Marinette, Wisconsin. For years, without knowing it, they were drinking water that had been poisoned.
Tyco Johnson Controls, they manufacture AFFF firefighting foam, not very far from our home, and they open ground tested this firefighting foam for decades. Looking back at that, we just had a small family of 4, and my mom had kidney cancer as a young woman. My sister has thyroid disease. I have a full thyroidectomy. My dad had a brain tumor. He's got, prostate cancer, all kinds of health issues.
When she tested her blood, Cindy found that her PFAS levels were 5 times higher than the national average.
Wow. So there is a location difference.
It really lit a fire under me that we unknowingly fed this.
Well, thankfully she has a lot of fire-preventing foam in her blood, so she should be okay.
To our children in their bottles. One night I was sitting in a parking lot on the phone with my sister. Sorry, it was very late, and I was venting to her, saying, what do I do? And she just called it like it was, and she said, you're either gonna fight this yourself with whoever will help.
I should play Luigi's Mansion at some point.
Or you're gonna leave this for your kids to deal with. And it sounds so trite, but that was the truth. And I hung up, and that's been the path ever since. We've met with all kinds.
Yeah. That's kind of the goal of my shift in not caring about politics to actually like trying to learn and be better about it, and then trying to get the word out about politics, whatever, about class consciousness, about socialism, about all these things. Because even if I am aware of it, if I don't try to do something about it, then I'm just status quoing it. Even if I want to vote against it, if I just don't try and amplify it, then I'm feeling complicit or whatever. And also, I don't have kids. So this is a way I can make an impact on the world. And also, I don't have to split my time between trying to make sure I raise them and keep them alive, blah, 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 and then also do this other mission and then feel like maybe I would hate to feel like I'm doing this mission and then, oops, I neglected something over there and now permanent damage over there. And I go, dang, that sucks. Sorry, bro. You know, like I don't have to worry about splitting my attention. So I have a thing I can point at that would also fulfill me because it's a good.
Kinds of different people on this, and my plea has been, please legislate this. Because once you legislate it, now you must test for it. In many cases.
I guess that's a regular, normal person way of looking at things. And it's not entirely wrong, but definitely limited. Just having the, it would be a real shame if you did it. It would be a crime. Oh, that crime is a fine? Oh, that fine is very small and nowhere near the cost of trying to avoid it. It's a settlement out of court with a no wrongdoing clause. It's nowhere near a profitable version to actually not use it or create it or to misuse it. And instead, you'd rather just hope you don't get caught. And even if you do, it's an incredibly small percentage. That's the problem that could lead to with just such a, oh, good, we have a law. Now back to brunch, right? Not saying that's what she's doing, but you could see that as a direction of where this is going.
This is when you test, you find. When you find, you must report. When you report to people that they've been drinking poison, a lot of them react the same.
When you find, you must report. But you say you did test, you did find, but you didn't report. Well, that's just 1 out of 3, so there's just a fine. Oh, wait. No, it should be like jail. It should be life in jail. You have poisoned, if not a community, multiple lives, multiple murders, right? You may have poisoned the world, like jail for sure. I don't know if there is a rehabilitation for corporate level mass crimes like this. This is an interesting bend of the conversation we were having yesterday, talking a little bit about prison abolition and the different things that can do. Because I was changing a tab and I got a little distracted, but there's yeah. Damn it. The more I think about it, the more I think I'm actually sliding away from the idea. It is crazy what this video has done to my mood immediately. There we go. Got it. So, determined America has the, prior to CCOT popping off and us shipping people over there specifically, as of just like 2 years ago, whatever, America, highest prison population per capita. Some, specifically, there was like, not only do we have a lot of people and a lot of people in prison, but even like per person, whatever average, we have a lot of people in prison. The most people in prison. And prison sentences are higher here than they are other places for similar crimes. Higher than most places for similar crimes. To some percentage. If not the highest, then it's one of the higher ones, right? So prison deterrent methods don't seem to stop the majority of our crimes. But also the majority of our crimes come from material conditions. These crimes are not crimes of material conditions. They are crimes of greed. They are crimes of cost-benefit analysis. And there has been basically no historic deterrent methods put in place. So normally deterrent is not a good method because usually material conditions force you to do it whether you want to or not. But we're in probably the best case scenario for creating examples and harsh punishments and consistent use of them to then deter a group of individuals from committing a certain class of crime. So yep. That feels like a good version of what I was trying to think of.
Same way we are. They don't like it.
In states across the country, activists like Cindy have successfully fought to hold corporations accountable and to protect their communities from forever chemicals. But that progress is only a patchwork. Many states have no guardrails at all, and even the states with stronger protections are still leaving people behind.
With biosolids being applied to the soil the way they were, how am I the only one in the state of Michigan that's not allowed to farm? I don't know if there's a governor or a president that technically cares about the public. And they sure as hell don't care about one farmer in the state of Michigan.
It raises an important question.
Why have we not made more progress than one would expect?
I think there are a lot of factors as to why.
He's the only one that's not allowed to do it? That's weird. Did he use such a different level of biopoop on his farm compared to others or something? Is he so closely located to one source of contamination than another? My centrist brain is just thinking like, what did you do wrong? What is different here? What are you not telling me? I have that like, you're not being completely honest kind of mindset to that one scenario. Reaching and probably over-connecting what is a simplified version of an entire person. But he was like, I was mad. My farm was paused. And then I took it out on my family. It's like, oh, well, life can come at you fast, but don't take it out on your family. But he's aware of it, so he's making a point of it, so he's getting better. But at least at that point, he was not able to balance things, and he could cause damage. So a person who does that, maybe not the person that admits it later and understands they need to get better at it, but at least the person that does that, I could see a person not telling the whole story about a thing or whatever. But the person now is doing it. So again, this is me reacting to a whole human being distilled into what is 2 minutes of a interview, whatever, right? So, but that's where my brain jumps to. I have this like, it's got to be his fault or there's something he's not saying mindset. It's more of a way of just sharing where the raised in Florida typical normal person kind of brain jumps to. And the more I'm aware of it, the more I can keep myself from doing things or creating a worldview in my own little brain that causes me to not fully comprehend this scenario. So hopefully that's interesting.
Why so little progress has been made on this issue. One of them is that industry in this country is extremely powerful.
Kyla Bennett worked at the EPA for 10 years. Now she's helping farmers in Texas who are suing the EPA for failing to protect them from PFAS.
EPA was told by PFAS manufacturers in 1998 that there were probably dangers associated with these chemicals. And here we are decades later, and very little progress has been made on.
Whoa, what? How was it literally like, guys, we are the chemical company and we are here to, in good faith, tell you of the dangers of our chemical. You, the government agency that's here to protect it. So we're going to give you samples and our information tests. So that way you can inform the public and help us make sure this is used properly or not used at all. Because that's not what I assume happened. I assume it was, listen, guys, you know, we got some stuff with this. Help us keep it under wraps. Pile of money, pile of money, pile of money. Or we get our own former CEO of our company to then move over and become the head of your company or head of your division of the EPA. And we're like, hey, since you left the company, we've been coming up with this stuff. And your stocks are based in our company. So, you know, it would sure be a shame if our shit became known. So we need to find a way to, like, at least make it seem like everyone's doing their best. But oops, you know, that's how I imagine it more likely went down, because what the fuck?
Keeping people safe from these chemicals.
In the last 2 decades, hundreds of new PFAS compounds have been allowed to flood the market, and contamination from those chemicals has only continued to grow. Meanwhile, industry groups have spent tens of millions of dollars lobbying to block any PFAS legislation from making its way through Congress.
Industry lobbyists shape our laws. They have infiltrated Congress and our federal agencies like EPA.
But
I don't think I know one person who's pro-lobbyist. I think I've heard some people online say, lobbyists, your business needs to. They'll come up and say some shit, right? But I don't think I've ever met one person in real life that's been like, lobbyist is a good, honest job. And it should definitely be a thing that it exists. I don't think I've ever seen one human being in person look me in the eye and say that. Now, I don't ask every single person I meet about that, but coworkers, friends, light acquaintances that can be around when slightly deeper conversations come up. Yeah, what the fuck?
Even with the outsized power of those corporate interests, progress was still possible.
Enough is enough. It's time that we prioritize the American people's health over profits of big polluters.
In April of 2024, Biden's EPA established the first ever federal limit on forever chemicals in drinking water. It was estimated that the new limits would reduce exposure for 100 million people nationwide.
And then, of course, there's the ever-changing political landscape, and that is more like this.
Under Trump, everything is up in the air.
The administrator, Lee Zeldin, when he was a representative, he seemed very concerned about PFAS.
When I was in the House, I was a member of the PFAS task force.
And in May, Lee Zeldin even released a PFAS action plan.
And if you read it quickly, it sounds like they want to take action, but if you read it carefully, you can see that they are actually going to be deregulating.
Later that month, the Trump administration announced they would be eliminating many of the Biden-era limits on PFAS in drinking water, citing the need for, quote, common sense flexibility. When you look at who's running the EPA, this approach starts to make a lot more sense.
I was just saying,
Trump has appointed several.
I was going to, like, what was his name, and just see his job history. Literally, that's all I was going to do.
People with a lot of industry experience and background into EPA.
So if you'd raise your right hand.
There's Dave.
That was what I was saying as an example of before. And it's happening now. I mean, I feel like it happened then, too. I want to know more about that initial information share. If it was a public one or if it's a dodgy private one, like how this kind of shit happens.
David Fatuhi, deputy administrator of the EPA, who once represented a company that had been accused of spreading 93,000 tons of PFAS-containing biosolids throughout Maine. Then there's Nancy Beck, who Trump nominated to be the head of the Consumer Product Safety Commission. She used to be a lobbyist for the...
Also, not to defend Trump here, but I know for a fact he doesn't know any of these fucking people, right? He's got his ghouls, the same way all presidents have their ghouls behind them that, you know, the Project 2025 by the Heritage Project or whatever the fuck the group was that set it up. Like, these are the people that are all like money, 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 money. Literally just money, 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 money. Because it's all in the end to just make it easier to make money. And money doesn't make you happy anymore after a certain point. And these guys are well beyond that point. Man, I have like fucked my vibes. Because like there are these assholes who are just doing openly evil shit. Like, if they close their eyes, do they not think it's fucked up? I lose my grip on humanity. And honestly, like, you know, that lady who's like, yeah, we make a regulation. Now they have to test. And now they have to report. We'll be good. That's a reasonable position to hold. As long as there's not these fucking evil fucks. They scheme and set up all these connections that keep it on the hush hush. They stand up in front of a fucking podium and just give a boring nothing speech, doesn't make the news. They say everything with just the right tone to make it seem like they're doing what you expect them to do. No one wants to look into this shit. Because who the fuck wants to? Fuck.
The American Chemistry Council, where she led the industry's charge against drinking water limits for PFAS. And then there's Lynn Decleva, who holds a senior role in the EPA. Before that, she worked for decades at none other than DuPont.
8 years.
It's been really painful to see how decision...
Maybe there's like the job titles. I don't know. She's a fucking PhD. She fucking went to school to learn shit. Then she becomes a fucking evil fuck. God damn, dude.
making can be influence. There is a lot of profit around the use of these compounds. Consequently, there is a lot of effective interests. I keep coming back to the only solution, which is ultimately really, you need to cut the head off the snake.
Industry is arguing that basically all of the uses are essential, that you need it in your waterproof mascara or in your baseball glove, that these things are so essential to the functioning of society that if we get rid of them, society is just gonna fall apart. And that's bullshit.
It's just a vicious, vicious cycle that you'll never get ahead of as long as these compounds are being used and certainly put out into the environment.
We're talking about an issue that has continued for decades in this country. It has transcended political parties, administrations.
The federal government needs to have a comprehensive, single definition of PFAS. They need to regulate all of those PFAS as a class, and they need to ban all non-essential uses of PFAS. And unless
non-essential. Oh, you mean baseball gloves as essential. Got it. Safe. It's safe.
Unless and until that's done, we're not going to be able to get a handle on this.
It makes you feel less alone knowing there's other people out there. Does it make you feel better? Hell no. Because now you just know there's another person out there, the misery to live with that I've lived with. As the American people, we got to band together to get the PFAS cleaned up. It takes a lot of people to move the mountain, and PFAS is a mountain.
Hi, thanks for watching our video. If you want more videos like this, be sure to like and subscribe to get more Perfect Union in your feed. And if there's something you want us to investigate, drop it in the comments below.
Internet recipes.
Oh, okay, this is a fun one. We'll watch this after, but... So...
Is your microwave...
This is a guy I saw on TikTok years ago. His name is Dr. So-and-so, and he seems to have a lot of stuff that's pretty okay. Like, this is his actual channel or whatever, right? He's got all kinds of videos. And, you know, I guess a little mini podcast, whatever, because he said it big. I think he has a book, right? Whatever. And I would see some of his videos, and some of the videos would be like this. Literally timely because of the Mondani stuff, right? So let's see. How the fuck do I keep this shit not from being a million...
Consider eating with your hands. Smell and taste are just two components when it comes to flavor perception. Taste perception is also influenced by the sound and the feel of the food. When you eat with your hands, your fingertips comes into direct contact with the food, allowing you to gauge the texture, consistency, and temperature of the food. This tactile interaction provides a better sensory experience, improving the satisfaction and flavor of the meal. Your hands are also pretty good heat sensors. The skin covering your hands are made up of keratinized squamous epithelium. These are far more heat resistant than the delicate non-keratinized squamous epithelium inside your mouth. And when you touch food, you can immediately gauge whether it's too hot or too cold, helping to prevent burns and general discomfort. Although hygiene is essential, eating with your hands could expose you to beneficial microbes from the environment, your food, and your fingers. Exposure to a variety of microbes can help to train your immune system to tell the difference between harmful and harmless agents.
So he does all kinds of health TikToks. And I remember one of them was about eating with your hands, because sometimes people go, whoa, eating with your hands. Like, I went to eat at an Ethiopian restaurant, and you use like this weird bread, and you kind of eat everything with your hands. I normally like to keep my hands very clean. I don't like messy foods. If I begin to even enter into a situation where I have messy foods, sometimes I just give up, and I just get very messy, and then know that I have to immediately go to a sink to wash my hands, face, whatever it is. So wings, whatever. I don't even bother with napkins. Napkins cannot possibly clean the mess that wings or whatever it is can make. But I just know that I will have to immediately go to a sink and actually wash the shit out of my hands and my face, probably, just because it just makes me not feel good. So I would see his stuff. I'd watch it. He talks about like, oh, you know, onions do this, blah, 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 whatever. Types of foods that are good or bad. And he would dispel myths that also made a lot of sense. But I would also see a lot of videos he would make about how PFAS aren't bad. And I'm always like, huh? I always thought PFAS were bad. Everyone told me they're bad. So I was always suspicious of him doing this. This looks like it's somebody stitching company misinformation on PFAS. I'm curious.
A popcorn bag destroying your health.
Yikes. Well, this is embarrassing. So Dr. Raj just did a video trying to prove someone wrong on the topic of PFAS in microwave popcorn bags. But he got all of it wrong, and stuff that's like really, really easy to like Google. And he couldn't even say it right.
PFAS. PFAS are a group. PFAS compounds own
chemicals known as PFAS.
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 So for someone that has
Okay, I don't care about how he pronounced it.
over 5 billion followers, you would think that they would do like a simple Google search before they try and prove someone wrong on something and be egregiously incorrect. I'm going to have to prove him wrong for the second time on PFAS, and by the end of this, he should, in the very least, issue an apology to the person that he basically was trying to prove wrong in this video, but also he should probably end up taking this video down because it spreads misinformation that's very egregious. So the original video that he's stitching is someone saying that, well, PFOA and other PFAS have been found in microwave popcorn bags. Dr. Raj goes on and on and on saying that this is wrong. And he also says lots of really egregiously wrong things like PFAS are totally inert and can't hurt you.
This is what I would always hear, and I was always like, is he getting paid by big PFAS? Like, I was always like, what the fuck? It was so weird to see him go after a bunch of other myths, but then this one thing, he was talking against it. It was a feel-good story when I would first approach it, because it's like, oh, we're not all going to die. That's nice. But this is one opinion that's going against the grain of what seems like a mountain of other scientific research. So I didn't immediately, even though it made me feel good, I was always like, I'm skeptical of this, which I guess I'm proud of myself for not being like, you know, I just found my anti-vax doctor, and now I will say I have a doctor who tells me it's, you know, it's wrong or whatever, right? Like, I have noticed the disproportionate amount of research here, but it's one of those things that still leaves me questioning it because I want to know.
So first of all,
I don't know if she is anything other than just a lady, but she might be a doctor. I don't know. I don't follow her channel. Anti-plastic lady. Dang, she just hates plastic, huh?
There are over 10,000 different kinds of PFAS. He's going on and on and on about fluoropolymers. Now, fluoropolymers are one type of PFAS, like Teflon, right? Teflon is a fluoropolymer. However, if he had done even a simple Google search, he would have seen that that is not the kind of PFAS that is in microwave popcorn bags. In fact, microwave popcorn bags and all grease-proof paper packaging have fluorotelomers. That is a different kind of PFAS. And this information has been known for so long that this is a paper from 2006, just right here, many fluorotelomer papers. I know it's confusing, but I mean, he's a doctor, he should be able to tell the difference. But this is actually the Wikipedia page for microwave popcorn bags, and I mean, it says right there, fluorotelomers have been used in brands of microwave popcorn bags. But fluorotelomers are different than Teflon and very volatile even after they're made. This is actually the toxicological profile for perfluoroalkyls, right, for the EPA. The fluorotelomers microwave popcorn bags produced in the United States, like, there's that, not fluoropolymers. A reminder, PFAS are linked to brain cancer, testicular cancer, kidney cancer, liver disease, a suppressed immune response, and also like an overall shorter lifespan, okay? So this is serious. And numerous studies have actually shown that the amount of PFAS in the paper is reduced after microwaving, and PFAS have also been detected on the food after it's been microwaved. And there was also this recent study by UCLA, and they found that people who ate microwave popcorn every day over the course of a year had levels of PFAS that were up to 63% higher than average. The FDA here in the United States even went ahead and banned the use of PFAS from all food contact materials just 2 months ago. And guess what they actually cited in their press release? So just right there.
This is a year ago, so that's probably been unbanned now.
Grease-proofers applied to fast food wrappers, microwave popcorn bags. Ooh. And then even right here, it says, under certain conditions, there is a potential for PFAS to migrate to food at levels that may result in a potential safety concern. So that wasn't hard to find. And so again, this is someone who claims to be a doctor who has over 5 million followers.
So I'm going to do a real fast Google search of my own. Dr. R.N. Looking to see if I see him having any LinkedIn. No. But I mean, I'm not an actual investigator. But this seems like the type of video that you would normally see from him.
Scratch pans leach PFAS, which are toxic and highly estrogenic chemicals. Tiny doses have been linked to reproductive, hormonal, and immune issues.
Is non-stick cookware safe to use? The answer might surprise you. The coating in your non-stick pots and pans is PTFE, polytetrafluoroethylene, and it's one of the most chemically inert, non-toxic substances used because it doesn't react.
Like that sounds like some of the most insane. I would always like, huh? You're saying it's like not gonna cause cancer,
For
huh?
something to build up and cause damage to your body and hormones, it needs to be absorbed, react, and form chemical bonds with tissue proteins or other things in your body. No offense, but PTFE hates you and just about everything else. And it only starts to break down well above 260 degrees Celsius. And the highest temperature you're probably dealing with in the kitchen is around 180 degrees Celsius. And that's only if you're deep frying something. If you're heating your food beyond 260 degrees, I hope you like charcoal, because toxic fumes from your non-stick are the least of your worries. And yes, over time, microscopic bits of the coating will peel off and you end up consuming it. But remember, it's not reactive, so it comes out the other end in one piece of PTFE poo. It's not metabolized or digested. If you have heavily scratched pans, you might get more bits of coating in your meals, but it isn't toxic for your health, but it isn't a great condiment either, so you might want to get a new one. Keep your cookware safe by avoiding abrasive brushes and using wooden or silicone utensils. So bone apple tea without worrying about a damaging dose of PFAS.
I was always fucked up by this. Just doing a little video on that just reminded me. It just flashed me back. And then everyone's like, "What the fuck?" in the comments even. So it was just one of those things that like that would pop up all the time. That it just seemed wrong. So that was also a little interesting slice into one guy's attempt to be contrarian for the sake of being driving controversy and getting book sales up or whatever. I don't know. It made me lose a lot of respect for him. Not that like I had a significant amount of respect for any one individual TikTok doctor, whatever it is, but it was just one of those things like, what the fuck? What the fuck? What a weird hill to go out on. Lowercase I. Damn, they really went for it. Okay, let me copy this. We need some fun to like, goddamn, lighten the mood, because that really fucked me up. Huh? Let me also do React. That way it's logged in the Discord channel. And what the fuck? I've already shitted up the chat with a bunch of links. In case you're curious, the Discord channel's there. Everyone can just become a member, or not a member. It sounds like you got to pay or whatever. It would just be like, I agree, and then you're in, and you can then see the channel full of stuff. All right, fun things.
These suck. Like, to get to the recipe, you need to scroll past the personal essay and 12 pop-ups. It's a lot. Why don't we fix this?
Thank you to Hostinger for
What? People want to type their stuff. Is that a fix?
Sponsoring this video, and to our patrons for supporting the channel.
Hello, sharks.
Oh, no.
Did she join the wrong call? I have come to you today with a proposal that rivals in impact, renewable energy, world peace. You see, today I bring you the solution for recipe websites.
Can I just go back to one thing? What is the impact of world
Yeah.
peace given we don't have it? How do we know the impact of
Imagine for a moment that you are hungry. You want lasagna. So you look up a recipe online, countless personal memoirs before you can get to the recipe. For example, shortly after the attacks of September 9/11.
I was gonna say something, but she really got me there. Okay.
All of this will no longer be a problem thanks to Answer in Progress's Recipe Cleaner. Are you guys impressed yet?
No, what is it?
Lasagna recipe. 3,000 reviews, 5 stars.
There's so much happening on this page right now.
They're telling us how to make the recipe.
The actual recipe is right here. Now, what we can do is we can copy this link and then we go to Answer in Progress's
Whoa,
Recipe
they made a whole
Cleaner,
fucking...
where we can just paste the link and boom, recipe.
Oh, actually, that's quite good.
Right?
Okay, I can't lie. I don't feel the greatest about this. The other stuff is important too.
Is it?
Yes. I can't describe it, but it doesn't.
Well,
if you can't describe it, it can't be that important.
When you look at a recipe, you do not read the other stuff.
What if there's something very important in there that's gonna help me make this recipe really, really good?
It's the instructions.
Okay, I feel like I'm being met with some resistance here.
If it was important, it would be in the instructions.
Sure.
So what's the ask? The ask is money. Sharks, I am seeking $251.76 US to pay for the server fees for this website for the next 2 years.
Listen, that's a great deal.
Right?
Approved.
Do you see this discount we're getting right now? 65% off. That's like $500. Hostinger has their New Year's resolution sale, which gets you everything you need to grow online, and they have plans for up to like 80% off. Also, if we use our coupon code ANSWER, we get 10% off on top of all that.
Yes, I see. I love a deal. I love a discount. 65% off plus an extra 10% off with the code ANSWER. Wow. However, like I said, guys, I don't know if I'm fully on board with the product. You know what I mean?
I'm genuinely having trouble understanding why you don't think this is
Was that an
actually a good product. I actually do think that a recipe cleaner website would be really good.
Let me take some time to gather my thoughts here. Give me 1 week.
Okay, now I feel like this is a bit that they do specifically. They create this little script that they ad-lib out and write. This is like the third video I've watched of theirs, but now I'm like, wait a minute. Wait a second.
Before you go live with the website,
1 week.
I'll change your mind.
I don't understand why this would not be a net good.
Well, give me a week and I'll tell you. I love cooking. I love cookbooks. I love food blogs. I feel like there's something very important about the stuff that is around the ingredients and instructions list that people should pay attention to. Perhaps another reason this feels personal to me is because I've been trying to translate some of my family recipes into like a website or a blog because I think that they'd be really cool to share with other people as well. It doesn't feel right to just put ingredients lists and the instructions for the recipes. Like, there's stuff that I want to say about them. Because I'm not a pro recipe writer, all right, we're good. I spoke with some food writers and food people that I admired to get their perspective and maybe get some tips on how to share my own family recipes.
To me, she knows a lot of food people.
Some sort of visual. I think of it as like the hero photo, so it's sort of like the image that sort of sells the recipe. Ingredients paired with the directions are sort of like two components that are sort of like tied together. And then I usually have like some sort of blurb. That's where people sometimes put a novel, some people do just a paragraph.
Head notes can come in all different shapes, lengths, and sizes. Sometimes they're only a sentence, sometimes they're 2 paragraphs.
A recipe developer isn't a robot in a kitchen who's cooking out of nowhere. This is their creative outlet. And so a head note gives them that space to talk about the process.
And that's just like a little bit of color to the recipe, right? That's just like the introduction, the kind of context as to like, why am I putting this recipe in the book? What does this recipe have to do with me?
So the reason that I'm documenting these recipes in the first place is because I've been working on this larger documentary about curry and how that ties into my own cultural identity and colonialism. It's weird because for some people these recipes are just a weeknight dinner of Indian stew. But for me, when I look at these recipes, I see my family.
Sure, but like, do they have to be tied together? They can be, but if you wanted, like what if you're another person that just wants to make someone else's curry, and you are literally a part of this culture, and you get all this shit, and you're like, yeah, I know. Just what's your ratio?
And all the generations before me that moved all around the world and tried to keep cultural traditions alive when they moved to a new place.
Why not enjoy those themes while enjoying a piping hot bowl of soup? I'm not saying that it has to be there every single time, but at least giving readers the option of that experience, I think, is a value add that can really enhance a blog or a book.
Also, it's like, if you are really honest.
These are the shippers of the websites doing it, and they're like, oh, why not? And they're not like, oh my God, this is not only a paragraph you have to scroll past, or 2 paragraphs, then it's like mixed in between the instruction steps. Shit. It's not even that part as a contained block. It is its own. I feel like everyone's gone into this before. I was helping Kara do like weird cookie recipes, and I'm just like, get to the fucking recipe. I got to know what to preheat the oven to. Hold on,
with what the experience would be like if you typed in grilled cheese recipe and you clicked a website and it just has 4 lines of text, you would be really wary of that recipe. Like, all of that fluff is a sort of social proof that says, I deserve to give you this information and you should trust me.
But also because it does have this very logical role that it plays in terms of search engine optimization.
It is ad sales, it is space
That
to
makes
block
sense.
out to make the website profitable. If I'm looking for a free recipe, someone still deserves to get paid.
When people talk about recipes, they seem to be typically talking about recipe blogs and bloggers blog. So if you are on a recipe blog, you cannot be upset when somebody's talking about like the vacation that inspired this recipe.
Sure. But also, when you Google recipe, you didn't Google recipe blog, and your ass did a bunch of SEO bullshit to make your shit the top result. You ass. I wasn't trying to get a fucking blog. You ass.
It is a blog, and if you wanted recipes with just the directions, I think you're more likely to find those on like America's Test Kitchen, New York Times, Chef Steps, like paid websites.
All right, because, well, okay, wow. Yeah, fuck off. I want to know grilled cheese. I need to know if I need to grill my cheese on what. Oh, bread, thanks. Information. Information is free. You fuck.
If you don't want to pay for the recipe, then that's what you have to deal with. And sometimes, just follow a good writer and it won't be as annoying.
Recipe writing is a lot more difficult than I thought it was going to be. I think the easiest part of this entire process of making the website, no joke, was actually building the website. I used Hostinger's business website builder, which is currently 75% off. It's a drag and drop editor that comes with a free domain and a free email. So if you want to start a blog like me and bring your ideas
A
online,
free domain and a free email for the low cost of our service. Like, wait, free?
you can use code ANSWER for an additional 10% off. Link in the description. You can check out the website if you want to at thirdculturekitchen.blog. I don't know if I'm the greatest food writer, but I do know for a fact that all of the people that I just talked to are so incredible. Genuinely, all the people that I just talked to, I am a fan of, and you should really watch their stuff. We'll link all of their work in the description so you can check.
I wonder if... Okay, she's also doing a whisper talk, which is annoying to me. I wonder if she's... I mean, this is like a weird photo app. Overlay? It could just be a thing added in post or whatever. I don't know if they're like, oh, your camera doesn't look good. We'll just make it look like it's a camera thing and reduce its resolution so that way you don't notice the pixels or whatever. Or just a style. I don't know. I'm trying to figure it out. I was like... It's a different style than the previous Answers in Progress videos, obviously.
Check it out yourself. So all that's left to do is share it with Sabrina and Taha so they can appreciate the art.
Hello, Shark. I have made a recipe website with all of my family recipes that I would like to show you today.
Who are you, Sabrina Cruz? That makes me the only person who can't make websites on this team.
You know, making a website is actually so easy. I'm just
So easy
drag and drop
with
everything. I don't have to code anything.
Wait, Sabrina, do you even code anything? Or do you pretend? Expose coming soon. Megalag, get on it.
I'm gonna let the website speak for itself.
Does it have the useless garbage, Melissa?
Garbage? Garbage? How rude.
Third Culture Kitchen. Ooh.
Look at my website, guys. Let me show you a recipe. This is my Nana's palau.
No, this is yapping. Can we scroll to the recipe bit?
But don't you want to read this? Don't you want to know where the recipe's from and
Melissa,
how to use it?
This entire
and,
project started with me saying that I don't want to read it.
Sabrina, your website only has ingredients and instructions, and while maybe the background of the recipe or like the little writing before the recipe is not necessarily necessary, it enhances your experience of the recipe. You know, like.
I mean, a simple clean way to fix that would just be like a drop-down box where you're like, oh, I can just, even if you default it to expanded, you can just click the arrow and whoop, it sucks it all up and then bam, you're there. I think probably a more honest way would be to have either a chapter link that you can click that drops you down to the recipe part. That gives you an easy way to skip past as well. And or Well, or you put the recipe shit at the top and then the story underneath. Also fair. It's one of those TLDR methods of like, here's the thing, but if you're a true believer, here's the full story. Putting it before means people are just going to click away. But maybe you already got your click. But if you already got your click, then who gives a shit if you put the story at the bottom, right? That should be fine.
You're eating it and you're like, wow, that's where it came from. That's really cool.
Melissa, if you look up the logical fallacy known as begging the question, you're saying, hey, look at the background. It's so good, isn't it? And it's good, and that's why we should have it. Why is it good?
He's back on the good side. Let's go up top.
I kind of like recoiled because like you are calling literally erasing and decontextualizing the recipe from the people who invented the recipe as the good side, which just
I didn't even tell him that. I didn't even tell him that.
As I was reading the words, you know, my nana's recipe, and you going, yeah, getting rid of all of this is good.
These people are essentially working for free, putting their, hard work and hours and time into making these recipes and writing them and making sure that we can understand them. And oftentimes they're not getting paid except for the ads that are on their website. So you want to take...
Okay, first off, they're not getting paid at all, generally. A lot of these ads are not getting paid to them. A lot of these pages let them make a page on someone else's website that they then... Like, I make this content. I'm not getting paid. So what the fuck?
away their ads, their money. Sabrina, we're killing.
How many social media posts are posted? No paid. No paid. The default Facebook shit. No one's getting paid other than Facebook. You're making Facebook money. You're not getting paid.
Your website, right? That's not happening.
Yeah, Sabrina, your website is basically the equivalent of one of those commenters on an Arts in Progress video being like, real video starts at 3 minutes and 40 when she says the thing. No! I actually only came here to learn the facts of the matter.
I'm willing to admit that the theft of intellectual property isn't good. You could quote me on that. And I'm also willing to admit that acknowledgement of cultural histories and artistic endeavors also important. You can quote me on that. I do stand by the fact that the tips and tricks are a useless waste of time.
Well,
And you can quote me on that.
I'm going to challenge
Whoa, what the fuck? That's a throwback.
you to come over then and make this recipe without the tips and tricks.
Easy.
Let me cook. Are you just gonna sit there?
This is not about me. I have stuff here, but do you even know what you're cooking, bro?
Nope.
This is the recipes that she's gonna be using.
One whole chicken. That's probably in there. The recipe says 2 to 3 large potatoes. These are 4. Okay, we got some spices here. Oh, these aren't labeled. That's good. We have 2 seeds and we have something red. I'm gonna assume that this is the curry powder. This is gonna be easy. So we're starting off with 250
That's my assumption. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I'm right.
grams of basmati rice. 1 cup. Okay.
I think that people have gotten a false sense that they can just take a set of ingredients and a set of instructions and get in the kitchen and they can do it exactly the way that, either a professional chef or a professional food writer can do it. And that's not true.
This is the biggest in the world. I'm crying.
Oh my
I don't think people have that expectation. Maybe I'm just willing to be like, I suck at things, and that's okay. I'll try to get better. I have no problem with that. So if they're like, you need to cut it, you need to mince your onion, and here's a tip how to mince your onion, that'd be fine. I don't think anybody would really be that upset about it. But if you're burying that, oh, by the way, this is how you mince an onion, well, tip and trick in the middle of your giant 9/11 story, you might be like, could you have connected that to the step where we needed to use it? Because a lot of times when you pull up a fucking recipe, the oven's on, the shit's steaming in a pot, and you're like, what's next? You're not like, I see. You're going through pages and pages of a full-on journey. there's a way to make everybody happy here.
Actually, oh my god, onions affect you this much?
Yes. Recipe skill and cooking skill is so cumulative.
She has glasses on too, because a lot of times the fumes can kind of get a little bit diverted with the glasses.
Over one's lifetime.
Look at that technique.
An Asian childhood. This is my first time seeing saffron in real life. Is this 2 threads?
That'll be $50.
If you find the onions brown too quickly, or if the oil has been absorbed by the oil.
That's a typo. That should say onion.
Working in professional kitchens with other professional cooks, we don't measure anything, hardly anything.
No idea which one's cardamom, which one is cloves, so we're just putting in 5 of each. That seems crushed. If that happened to me, that wouldn't be a good thing.
We just have this understanding of like concentrations and potency of all the stuff that we cook with.
See, I've always hated, what is a...
But also they go, yeah, this is about a cup. They know it because they've used it so many times. So it's also a bit of muscle memory, right? But bakers still fucking measure their shit. They don't go, here's a pinch of baking powder. They go, no, I need a fucking teaspoon.
It's a pinch of salt. If I'm pinching somebody, I'm like,
that's like a granule. Give me more salt.
Pinch me. Pinch me like how you would pinch salt. Ow!
These types of explanations, you're not going to find it within the 4 corners.
Oh, what was that called? It was like a monkey bite? Is when you you just put your thumb on your index finger and then you you open it up, you push it together, you open it up, you get some skin in there from wherever on the arm or anywhere, and then you just pull your thumb back just to try to pinch and grind the skin in it, and it really fucking hurts. It really fucking hurts.
Of a recipe, there isn't enough room to go into that kind of deep explanation.
Now, a chunk is kind of a not real unit. This is what I call a chunk of potato.
But you will find it in that writing.
Do you want to eat that chunk? If you were working through your food and there's a chunk like that, you go, ooh, you know what a chunk is when you eat it. It's not going to shrink on you. Not really. Not that much.
That precedes it. So many of the questions that you're going to confront, the recipe developer has already predicted and has already answered for you if you take the time to read through that section.
One whole chicken cut into...
Bullshit. That's maybe I'm reading the wrong fucking recipes, whatever. Not like I've read thousands of recipes, but they don't put that kind of shit in there.
Stewing size. Is this the chicken? So really, what is a stewing size? Because you could stew anything.
So while tips and tricks may not always be applicable, it is evident that sometimes it's better that they're there rather than not.
Hasn't said anything about bones. I've never cut up a chicken before.
Even tips and tricks hater admitted she could use the help.
Show me how to do one and then I'll try and do the other stuff. Do you put bone in it?
We're gonna put the bone in it. It's gonna add so much flavor. I'm eyeballing where I'm gonna aim the knife.
I've always heard that, and I believe it, but I'm always like, does it? I would love to experience this incredible waste of time of a taste test of stew with bone, stew without bone, Pepsi challenge, blind taste test. Which one has the bone, do you think? Which one is better?
And I'm just gonna force my way through the bone. Someone cut. Listen, these are happy chickens from Happy Farm. Oh, that was good. Then just use your palm to push it down because the knife's pretty heavy duty.
Don't worry. This was a capitalist chicken. Don't worry. This chicken actually hid the evidence of PFAS. So chop away at that fucker. Hold on. This chicken was the CEO of a health insurance company that created a policy of profit seeking via denying, deposing, and delaying health outcomes. Chop away.
I close my eyes every time I do that. That can't be the responsible choice. You already helped me out with the chicken. We should just make the last bit of it together.
Let's go! Let's go!
Maybe I don't want her here. Okay, onions are going in.
I don't believe that was serious. I don't think this is actually a developing story. I'm a cynic. Everything on TikTok is fake. Everything on YouTube is fake. I'm a cynic.
Recipe developers provide tips and tricks to help those who might not have had the experience.
Do you think these pots are PFAS? Do you think they're nonstick? This looks like it's an enamel coated one. I think that's safe.
Required for the recipe.
Are they cooked?
Oh yeah, they are. Do you know what the test is? They just have to slide off the fork.
But putting all that advice into words isn't as easy as you might think.
I always found
But like, yeah, the story you put in there doesn't say, "Oh, the potatoes will be done when they slide out the fork." That's not your fucking story. It's about your grandma and her journey from fucking one part of a city to another part of a city, and then immigrating. And I'm not trying to say that's a bad story or a bad thing. It's just it doesn't talk about the potatoes, fucker. Come on, you don't lie to me. Don't lie to me that you're somehow going to sneak in there in the middle of a story how to fucking use a goddamn hatchet on a bone and how the potato slides off a fork in the middle of a heartwarming story of intergenerational, exchange and keeping your culture alive in the modern day. That's not what's happening.
transition from like home cooking to recipe writing to be challenging because I'm so used to just like grabbing things.
I just kind of threw stuff into a wok or a pan and just went with it.
I should add salt now. What? Like a healthy pinch.
Chef!
You can put a little black pepper in here, actually. Just a little bit.
With recipe writing, you really have to be sort of like, now I have to like measure everything.
Teaspoon, half teaspoon, 2 tablespoons.
Oh, that's what they were going on about when they were saying, we don't really measure things. So when we got to tell the normies how to make it, it's like, what the fuck? I have to actually measure it? That shouldn't be. I mean, I guess it would slow you down if you were going to go, this is the thing I cook once a week. I always just wing it. But then you grab the thing and instead of throwing it into the pot, you put it on a scale and say, oh, well, the nearest closest measurement is this one. I wonder how often that happens, actually, where they started off with 3 1/4 cloves of garlic. Well, just say 3. And then the meal you come out with is like, huh, it's not really, all these little slight adjustments make the entire feel off.
Ruins the flow of cooking for you. And it's something that you have to reteach yourself how to do.
In real life, I'm thinking about this right now. I would add the curry powder at this point instead of the tomatoes first. Switching it up really quickly. Curry powder's going.
She's yelling at me. Da-da-da, dun-da-da-da. Oh, I did the wrong one. This is where my OBS saved shots would save me having to then tab over, find the application, opening up the application, making sure I'm on the correct camera, and then finding, where I would do it. Did I not save us? Oh, I guess I didn't. Not for the high-end one, which is fine. Let's just do this one. And then... You see that? She's yelling at me. Well, this time she turned over to see me, but... How you doing, little girl? You okay? Yeah? Did you have a nightmare or something and you wake up and you want to talk to me? Oh, she's coming. It's just right here. Turn the noise gate off. Oh, you okay? Sorry. Bum, 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 bum. Ooh. There we go. I think that was good. How you feeling, little girl? How you feeling? How you feeling? Meow, meow. You good? Now she's not talkative, of course. Meow. Yeah. They feel good? You want to sit on a pillow? You put that pillow underneath you. He likes sitting on the pillow because the gap between my thighs creates this weird valley. But the pillow helps create a nice, even playing field. Also, it's a little, I got squishy thighs or whatever, but these are even more squishy than that. Meow meow? You happy? Get some attention? Yeah? No? You're acting all squirrely. Here you go. You know what? I'll just use this one. Stand by. Oh, a little further away. Yes. Yes. Yes, 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 yes. You okay? You chilling? She's purring a little bit. It's hard to hear. Let's finish this video.
Going in first, and then we're gonna do tomatoes. We want this to toast.
The more context, the better for a recipe for the reader in the end, even if the reader doesn't think they need it. Sometimes that life story is going to help you cook it in a way that doesn't suck.
The entire time that you were cooking, I was like, oh my gosh, this smells like my Nana's house. And it really tripped me up when I went downstairs and came back up, and I was like, that's not what this kitchen's ever smelled like before.
That's wild.
And so that was a really cool thing.
You think it's like the fact that you didn't cook it is what helps it smell like your Nana's house, but when you're in the middle of it and you're there chopping the onions in your face, it doesn't smell as much like it because you weren't the one doing it. Your Nana was doing it away from you. Is that maybe what it is? Oy, eyeballs.
It smells so good, dude.
It does smell really good.
Oh my God. This is so good. Oh, wait. Which one is cardamom and which one is clove?
That was so funny. It says green cardamom.
I assume the black one is clove, just from my small knowledge.
This is brown. This one is also
green.
brown.
The curry is really yummy. 10 out of 10. Truly, 10 out of 10. Really good.
She's only saying that because she cooked half of it.
I got the last 2 points. My Nana used to make this at every single special occasion, every single family gathering. So when I eat this and I don't cook it very often, I feel like I'm hanging out with my family, or I don't know, I feel like a kid again. And you kind of made that. So that's kind of, we don't cry on this channel. Screw that. Gross.
Bro, it's like the ratatouille scene. The old man was
Kind of. That's kind of exactly what's happening right now, but I'm keeping it together.
I am appreciating your whole life story more as I'm eating it. Also, it adds texture, I'm like, yeah, tell me
cardamom
more.
pods, that's what I'm getting.
You're so rude.
Oh yeah, so back to the reason why I did this whole thing in the first place. I was trying to prove a point, and I want to know, are you still gonna release that thing that you made? Because I know I was a little unclear in the beginning about my feelings and thoughts about this, but they are stronger and more solidified more than ever that you should totally not do it. So, are you gonna do it?
Did she code the website? Because that's a fuckload of work. Not that the website would do anything.
How about a compromise
Wouldn't make her
for
money.
when you post your recipes, and I'm gonna try and start a cultural movement. The recipe goes first, and then all the bonus stuff goes after. The best of both worlds.
You know what? I'm not mad at that.
This could have been a short. Didn't have to be a fucking... Well, obviously, it's the whole journey. Lip balm doesn't work. Hey, wait a minute. My lip balm never feels like it works. Hold on. What? Ugh. Okay, ZZ. How you feeling? You feeling good? Okay, relax. Chill. We're chill. Between songs? What the hell? Oh, we're in the middle of a song. Okay. It was a late start, a brain fog day. So you can tell we're leaving, I guess. I don't know. And things wind down. We had some people returning, though, even with the late start, which is great to see. I don't want to do late starts, but I just was not. I was on. I was in a weird spot. Also, it's a fresh day. My brother probably has rested after his driving a bunch. So I can actually do a serious hangout. That'll recharge my batteries, my creativity. I'll actually get a touch of sunlight at the very least. And
All right, here goes.
TikToks will start up again. We'll have a good time. 4 viewers. What the fuck? When did that happen? Okay. Hey, you know what? Maybe everybody's chilling. I don't always have to be chip-chapping it and yapping it with other people, but I don't know. I think it helps me a lot. This is another dude I've actually sort of gained a bit of an appreciation for. A critique I have is his logo sucks. It looks like it's like a business logo, but he's definitely not a businessman. He's Irish. He's awesome. So let's raid into cell thickness. I wonder how thick he is. Also, he loves singing. I put the word live in there. It's funny. What's up? Set it up. If you're here, you're here. If you're not, you're not. That's chill. I would appreciate it if you just kind of give a wave or something when you first get in there, just because that'd be nice. If not, I understand. It says 3 viewers instead of 4, whatever that means. But he's a good dude. He's got good politics, and he's also watching videos, just like we were doing. So we'll be back tomorrow. Yes. Stream as normal. Should be not late. We'll see. Bye-bye.
Interests.
And I hope we're not going to abandon the women of Afghanistan. You know, when...
Yo, welcome in, Sniffin. Boom. Howdy. Hope you had a nice stream. Yeah, y'all don't like freedom? I mean, I'm a freedom hater if it's coming at the, if freedom is like the freedom of my blood from my body, if it's liberating all of the blood inside of me to being outside of me, yeah, I'm a bit of a freedom hater. I'll be honest. I don't think being hit by a bomb ties the room together. You know what I mean? Yo, I watched some stuff on POFA, and it bummed me out. Oh, I'm sorry. Well, welcome in. We're learning about the propaganda that led to the war on terror, and like basically all of the bad things. The moment we really kind of merged with the bad timeline. Yeah, we're learning about that because so far it is surprisingly eerily similar.
I need to end my other streams.
What we're seeing pre-Iran.
It's